Okay. Welcome to Political Head Trauma, where if Head Trauma had a podcast, it'd sound like this. Holly is not here right now. She'll be in a little bit late today. She's out doing Holly things. Anyways, this show we don't have a lot of guests, but we have an important guest. We have Vicki Farnam coming on. She runs, hold on a second. So we've had John Farnam on. Vicki is John's wife, but she runs Defense Training International for Women. And so it's in the same vein as John's courses. But this one is geared towards women. I'm real excited to talk to her. She has hosted off-body trainings, which I think is important and interesting for so many reasons, especially for women, just for the women wear commonly tighter clothing than men, and due to the nature of women, they're more petite. So more petite plus tighter clothing equals less availability to conceal a weapon without printing and things like that. So off body is an awesome choice. Also, I mean, to have a handbag that could be kind of your go-to is a interesting thought. So I'm excited to bring her on, have her talk about it. I want to ask her about, her different thoughts, what got her into it, anything else. And of course, as soon as our call screener shows up, we will have our call screener pop on in and open up the call lines then. Until then, all questions will have to come via text. But without further ado, let's welcome Vicki to the show, and everyone give her a warm welcome. All right, Vicki, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, everyone, this is Vicki Farnam. She runs Defense Training International for Women, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so I don't know. Let's. I kind of want to start at the beginning. What got you into the field of self-defense?
I married John Farnam.
Okay, well,
That's probably the easiest answer. I've known John longer than anybody else in this industry. I knew John when we were in college, and we didn't get married then. We both went off and married somebody else, and then ended up married to each other. But when I was after I was divorced and I was living with just my two daughters, of course, self-defense became a very important issue in my life. And John stopped by several times on his trips across country, and we went out to do some shooting, and which was very positive for my young daughters to realize that I could take care of them. And so, that's probably the initial reason I got involved.
No, that's especially a single woman with two young daughters. That's I'm naming this episode The Great Equalizer, because above anything else, I believe that the ability for a woman to arm herself with a firearm, specifically where blades and blunt objects also have their places in self-defense, I believe a firearm is probably stands alone in its ability. And I believe that every woman should pursue self-defense, and I foster it amongst the women in my family. So I think that's awesome that you got into it and then went as far as to start passing the knowledge on to other people.
Well, I think particularly in your own home, you may not be ready to carry a gun out in public, but in your own home, if you're thinking about defending yourself and anyone else who's living in that house with you, uh, your home is your special place where you should feel secure and your children should feel secure. And so that's a good place to start. And that's where a lot of women start, is simply thinking about having a gun in their home, not necessarily carrying a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's a scary thought.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Now, you guys are located out of Colorado, correct?
That is correct.
How is Colorado because Colorado's been, let's just say, a little kooky lately. How have they been on retaining the defense of your Second Amendment?
Well, we certainly still have our concealed carry law, and our ability to defend ourselves is still strong in Colorado. There have been some other side issues with other types of guns and long guns and so forth that Colorado has been making some new laws on. I really am not as up to date as I should be, probably, and able to talk about those particular issues. But as far as your own personal defense and being able to have a concealed carry permit and protect yourself, that's still going on pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of rural areas in Colorado. It's the major populated areas that are stickier about it, but we have a lot of open country in Colorado, and so it's always a good thing to be able to protect yourself out there.
Yes, when I was in the service, I was stationed mostly in Colorado. Spent some time in other places, but the majority of my time was at Fort Carson, and I loved it there.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine Denver might get a little kooky. Fort Collins. If you're in Pueblo and you're not concealed carry, I think you're crazy. Trinidad might get a little weird. I don't know. Trinidad, when I was there, was kind of the Portland of Southern Colorado. I don't know what it's like now.
Oh, we spent the night there a couple of weeks ago, and all was calm. But I don't know a lot about Trinidad either. It's one of the few population centers in the far southern part of the state. So, and there is a community college there also.
Mm-hmm.
So who knows what kind of thoughts go on in people's heads?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? So, all right, how does your training work? If someone wants to pursue your training, they go to your website, and I'm just going to go ahead and pull it up right now, if that's okay.
Right. Our main website is defense-training.com.
Mm-hmm.
And our schedule is there, and you can look through the schedules and see what might appeal to you. And you can sign up right through the schedule page. And many times I'm teaching with John. Sometimes I am assisting him directly in a course, or sometimes we're at a range where we can run two concurrent classes, and John will run perhaps a more advanced class and I'll do a fundamentals class, or I'll do a class just for women on a particular topic. So we're often in the same place, but we're not always in the same place.
Mm.
And then I do the very specific instructor class on off-body concealed carry.
And that's where I really wanted to go with this, was the off-body concealed carry, because you didn't get to hear this in the intro, but I talked about it, where that gives a lot of options, especially for women, because of they're usually more petite than men, and their clothing is usually tighter or has different cuts that doesn't allow them to conceal carry as easy, especially if you're trying to avoid it printing at all. And a purse could literally be kind of a mini go bag.
You're correct. All the things you said are correct. It, But I might also say, if you would be so kind to indulge me here, that the other reasons you were specifying, the way women, the type of clothing and the way clothing fits on women compared to men, yes, that's certainly an issue, but we really have to stop and think about how a woman is going to be comfortable carrying a gun. And it may not just be that her clothing is different than her husband's clothing or her boyfriend's clothing or the other men in her lives that she knows who find it easy to conceal a gun. It might be she just does not want it attached to her. She doesn't want the gun on her. It's uncomfortable. It doesn't matter what you're wearing. It can be very uncomfortable. And so what is a method that's going to work for her that is going to leave her feeling comfortable all day long when she's got that on? So an off-body option might be the best option. But if you look at tactical gear for men, there isn't a single tactical company, 511, First Tactical, Maxpedition, oh, go on and on, name it, Vertex, name them all. They all make something in the vein of off-body carry for men. But nobody says that's wrong.
No. And
No.
I mean, off body for men, it'd make a lot. Even if you're out hunting or hiking, a regular holster if you're generally exposes your weapon to more of the dust and the elements when it's in a position you want to be able to get to it quickly. But if you're just carrying one that's going to be on like a chest rig, an enclosed rig, yeah, and I don't know, they could probably pop some of those in a gentler fabric than the woven nylon and pop a design or a different color on it and maybe put a nicer strap on it. Make it look like it was made with maybe a little more artistic value than the average man thing, and a woman might be able to use it. But there are lots of options. I mean, there's specialty made fanny packs that essentially have a holster in it.
Yes. So we can have handbags,
Mm-hmm.
which of course have the worst reputation. We can have a waist pack or fanny pack, as they used to be called. Now they're called waist packs. We can have a sling bag, which is like a backpack with only one strap, and it can be
Mm-hmm.
more in front of you or in behind you. Or you can have a regular backpack or a briefcase, or some kind of a messenger bag or a satchel. All of those can be found with dedicated pockets and holsters in them, or a dedicated pocket with some Velcro so that you can attach a holster inside of that pocket.
That's the other thing I was going to ask. Would you suggest that everyone, if they're going to carry in a bag, that they use one that can attach a holster for that level 1 safety trigger protection?
Absolutely. You need to have, if you're going to carry in a bag of some kind, however we describe it or name it, there needs to be a dedicated pocket, first of all, and there needs to be within that dedicated pocket a way to attach a holster. And usually Velcro is your best option. And you can find holsters with Velcro backing, and you attach that Velcro backed holster to the Velcro inside the bag. And now you have a secure place to put the gun. and the trigger guard should be covered. But you have to be careful of the holster because some bags come with holsters. They come with rather generic fabric holsters with some Velcro on them. And some of them are stiff, but many of them collapse. The moment you take the gun out, it collapses. And so getting the gun back in is a chore. Or you can choose a gun-specific Kydex holster. Crossbreed holsters in particular have a wide variety of holsters in their modular system that have Velcro on the back, and you can attach that Velcro within the bag that you're carrying.
Very good. Yeah. That's a big suggestion for me is you don't want to have any kind of fabric where, not to stereotype, but your lipstick tube could accidentally pop the trigger. You want to have it hard and solid against that trigger guard.
Well, yes, and you don't want to put the lipstick in the pocket that has the gun in it.
Yeah.
And
well,
again, that's one of those. And Jared, I think you're a very nice guy. Don't get me wrong here, but that's one of those trite, overused complaints about off-body carry because everybody thinks that somebody's going to put a gun in a pocket in a handbag or a purse or a backpack, and of course there's going to be a tube of lipstick in there.
Or whatever. I mean, whatever you keep it, because the thing about when it's on a belt is my magazines are in a hard pouch. I just by training with them, I know where they are at all times.
Right.
My weapon's in the same place. And so you'd want to reflect that in your bag,
Absolutely. But we also have to reflect our good training. How many people who have a waistband holster have shot themselves putting their gun in their holster?
I don't have enough fingers and toes to count those today. That's as many that's probably been shot today.
Yes. And so we have to go back and look at the training and look at the burden that somebody takes upon their shoulders when they decide to carry a gun. And by saying that it's a burden to them, it is a burden to them to always be paying attention to what they're doing, keeping their finger out of the trigger when it's going into the holster. So we probably have had more accidents with people putting a gun in their waistband holster with their finger lingering on the trigger than we have had tubes of lipstick pull the trigger.
That is also 100%. That is also, and I'm just like, I've seen a couple of, I was looking for one for my girlfriend, and I've seen a couple where it acted like a regular purse, but there was a zipper on the side of it that accessed the weapon cargo area.
Correct.
And now she's left-handed. And these zippers, it appears they're made for a right-handed person. It'd be a cross draw from the left. And we haven't been able to find one that works the other way. Unless she wants to flap in, it's still, up in the air.
Well, there are many options for her. Many of the handbags that are available are ambidextrous. Depends on how you set up the holster within the pocket. And the holster can be reversed so that you can use it as a right-hander or a left-hander. The pockets in bags that are designed for off-body carry can have a single zipper. It could be a 3-sided zipper. It could be magnets that open that portion or that particular pocket. It could be a flap. It could be Velcro that opens that pocket. So there are a number of different brands out there to look at for her to find one that will be left-handed, that she can set up left-handed. And it doesn't have to be a cross draw. I am very reluctant to teach people to use their handbag with a cross draw.
Especially on a range, because a cross draw is a flag machine, And while it's stored, it's pointing at the
Yep.
instructor.
And very important out in public, if you have a
Mm-hmm.
situation where you have to draw your gun, if you're drawing cross draw, if you are not a trained and someone who has worked specifically on monitoring how you draw, what fashion you use to draw and cross draw, you can flag anybody that's around you. And so I like to start by teaching everybody to use their strong hand from a strong side draw rather than a cross draw.
Oh, that's the first excellent piece of advice right there. I have a friend. She her boyfriend, I'm not going to name any names, and she might yell at me for this. Her boyfriend helped her get a pistol, selected a pistol with her. It's a small one, reputable manufacturer, everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And she doesn't wear a heavy belt. She clips it on her hip. She's walking into the theater. We're in the great state of Utah. If you have a concealed carry permit, unless the theater says do not.
Oops. You seem to have frozen from my end.
It sounds like you're back.
Okay, now you're back.
One of us got lost. I got an alert.
Yes.
But anyway, so she's walking into the theater and she's got a holster that's one of those kind of minimalist style holsters. And so even then, well, anyways, it falls out in the theater walking down the hallway.
Uh-oh.
So she gets an ankle rig thinking that'd be better. And of course she wears tight jeans. And so it looks like she's packing a huge tumor on the side of her ankle. So I told her, let's just go and find you a decent inside the waistband holster or maybe something you could kidney carry, something slimmer. Haven't got back with her yet, but I know she was struggling there for a while. And she was looking at one of those elastic belly band holsters, but as much as I like the idea of those, I'm not a fan because I think the fabric's too soft in front of that trigger and it's on your body. And
then, and I don't mean to, this is not an infomercial by any means, but there are belly bands which wrap around a Kydex holster.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen those. So that you have a form-fitted or gun-specific Kydex holster to put the gun in, and so now you don't have to worry about the trigger.
Yeah, I would like that much better, just because, realistically, Kydex has changed the holster market since it's came out. It's made, however you feel about it, it's made carrying a weapon safer, more convenient because they can shape it and everything else. Leather's a good option, but leather carries a little more weight and a little more thickness. And, the Kydex just seems to be a cheaper, more pliable option that everyone seems to be going with.
Very true.
Yeah. So I'm more than happy to that came out. So I want to dig in more into your off-body training course. But before I do that, we have a couple of people that are, or at least one of them that is on here. So Fred says, my wife's everyday carry is in a holster purse. And Mallory says, Vicki, she's yelling, hi, Vicki.
Hi.
And then I think Mallory says, did you not see the purses I posted, Jared? I am sorry, Mallory. I may have just absentmindedly, like a man, floated right past those because it's a purse. Another user says, gun toting mama. Fred says, Sherry, his wife, she's a lefty and hers is ambidextrous. So I'm gonna have to get with Fred and have a look at that. I like the magnets. Cross draw is bad. Get a heavy belt, people. All right. Fred and I watched a guy drop his gun under his chair, one row in front of us at the delegate meeting, and he blindly reached under his chair, groping everywhere. I told Fred it might get very exciting in here real quick. Good holster, good belt, people. This was at the state convention, the state Republican convention. And they told me a story. From what I remember is the weapon fell without a holster on it under his chair. And so he reached down under his chair and just started pawing at it.
Oh my gosh.
And I imagine that my backside would have chewed the seat off of that chair because that would have freaked me out. I've been around guns all my life, and I've seen a lot of unintended firings. I've seen a lot of accidents. I've seen a lot of stuff. You've got to do everything within your power to make it as safe as you can and still achieve the training requirements or the goal requirements or hunting, whatever you have to do. But you have to try to follow those safety rules up until that point where you have to use it. You just have to do that. Could you imagine if someone would have shot off a bullet at the Republican convention? CNN would have had a heyday with it. MSNBC would have made it their cover story for the next 25 years. It would have been huge. Jumped. Ankle rigs need to be placed on the inside shin, not on the side like most people do. That conceals it better. However, there's an issue of cutting off circulation. Also, you want it on the inside because ankle rigs are generally your secondary weapon system. And you want to be able to easily get to it with either hand, because chances are if your primary weapon has failed, maybe parts of your body has failed with it. So you want to be able to get to it with both hands. I haven't met Vicki yet. Maybe when Sherry attends Vicki's class. Okay, this is Fred. Fred, I think, is going to try to sign his wife up for your class. Are you coming out to Utah anytime soon?
I am not. John is coming to Utah, but I don't have a class set up out there right now.
Okay.
So, but they can check the schedule and see if there's something else close by.
Okay. All right. You hear that, Fred? Check the schedule. That'd be really cool to now in your off-body classes. Do you have any men that come to those classes or as well to maybe practice with a, hunting pack or chest rig, or is it specifically females?
Well, the off-body class that I think you're referring to is actually an instructor class. It's a 3-day class to certify instructors in teaching off-body carry. And I've been doing those for just a little over 4 years, and I've always had a man in the class.
Good.
There's been a man in every class.
Especially if it's do they carry a purse?
They have to. They have to. When we go through that class, I have a number of purses from Gun Totin' Mamas. I have purses from Zindera, which is another company. I have purses from a new company up in Montana called Church and State. So I have a lot of different brands, but if you're going to go to that class and learn how to be an instructor, you have to carry an off-body bag. Now, one time you carry a handbag, and one time you'll carry a backpack, and another time you'll carry the briefcase or a waist pack, but we change bags about every 2 hours. Is it a randomization of changing bags? Yes, so you get to choose which one you want to use for that 2 hours. And I just encourage people to choose something that's different than they just used. So don't use one with a zipper pocket. Try one with a magnet pocket. Try one with a different shape zipper pocket. and learn how to use all of them, because there are a lot of different varieties that manufacturers have come up with for pockets.
Mm.
And as an instructor, you need to be familiar with as many as you possibly can.
For sure. And also with all the techniques, which is probably the most important part. So if
Right.
you're teaching a student that is going to carry a purse, you can guide them to a technique that'll make it so that they're safe and
As
that weapon
efficient,
is deployable.
yes, and that they can deploy that weapon as efficiently as possible.
Mhm.
Because you'll find if you have a closure that is operated by Velcro, that pretty soon your hand is all chewed up. If
Oh,
you
yeah.
if you have one that is operated, it has to have a zipper operated in order to get it open. You can use the zipper tab, or you can use your thumb to open the zipper pocket. Or you might find that magnets are the most reliable to get your hand in and out of. But
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Magnets, because you
unless,
start getting shot at, are you going to know if you're grabbing the zipper tab?
well, that's why you have to practice and train.
Yeah, you'd
Yeah.
have you'd have dead fingers.
Yeah. But, none of this is done reliably unless you really work at your training
Mhm.
and are dedicated to making sure you can get the gun out when you need to, and to get it out not only efficiently but safely. Where's your finger? Where's the muzzle? Where are the people around you? How are you orienting the bag? How are you stabilizing it so you can get it open? There's a process to it. And just like drawing from the holster, you have to be consistent with it every time.
Mm. Yes. Yeah.
So that it works smoothly and reliably and not in a haphazard fashion.
Mm. So, about 4 years ago, you started this off-body project. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, one of the manufacturers came to me and asked me to put together a curriculum for instructors. Because this manufacturer was very concerned that the right information get out to the customer.
Mm-hmm.
How just because of how we started this conversation, it's so vilified, and there are so many misconceptions and so many trite ideas about what happens when you put a gun in a handbag or a backpack or a briefcase, that something's going to go stupidly wrong. Well, yes, it will, unless we train people. And since people are going to use off-body carry, we need to train them, and we need to train instructors to get good, consistent information and skills spread around so we can do it right.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Well, you want to go to where you have the proper equipment. That means you'd probably want to have a purse or a handbag that is as close to designed for purpose as it can be. You don't want to just grab any beach bag off the rack. You want to have a purse that can handle it, correct?
Well, that's correct. And so that means two things. First, you have to have quality materials, good leather, or I hate to think of vinyl handbags, but there are some that are made out of vinyl and plastic and
A Mole Louis Vuitton purse.
yes, but a good leather bag or a good sturdy ballistic nylon that will hold together with the weight of whatever you're carrying in that bag, particularly the gun and the spare magazine. But then you also want that dedicated pocket. Okay, we can come up with any number of bags that have those things, that have maybe good leather or good ballistic nylon and a dedicated pocket. But then can you get into the pocket? Can you
Mm.
get your hand in the pocket? Can you get the gun in the pocket and your hand in the pocket?
And will it
But
retain the holster when you pull the gun out?
will it retain the holster? But can you also get your hand and the gun out of the pocket? And I
Mhm.
have seen many where you can't do that. Once you get the gun in there. You might be able to get it in, but getting both your hand and the gun out of the pocket may not be possible because whoever engineered it didn't think about how big it needed to be.
Yeah, it's like that Japanese game show where you stick your hand through the hole and try to grab the gold bar.
Yeah.
And hands and gold bars don't fit through the hole together.
Right, right. So you have to be very careful about how you make your choice. Now comes in another element. We women can be very particular about what we sling over our shoulder. And so I don't like that one. I don't like the texture. I don't like the design. I don't like the color. So we have to be able to find something that we would enjoy carrying because
Mhm.
it's a part of our outfit. But will it actually accommodate the use that I want to put it to?
Mm.
And so we have to balance those two things. And an instructor who is going to work with somebody who's not carried off body before will help their student make that decision. How do I find the thing that will work for me best and that I would still be proud to carry and not look at it and say, oh my gosh, that looks like, that just shouts military tactics or police tactics, and I don't want to wear that. Why would I ever wear that?
Like the pencil thin dress and the Navy sea bag over the shoulder.
Yeah, with all the Molly strips on it, so you can put all kinds of stuff hanging on the outside. So there has to be a balance. You guys do the same thing when choosing holsters, even though the holsters aren't visible. Well, I wouldn't
Well,
carry that holster.
now I don't want to call myself out, but the pistol I carry while I'm working, because I'm a handyman. I work in a lot of construction. I carry a fully naked, just a basic, really slim pistol because I carry every day. But my holster is I bought it for my girlfriend, not paying attention. She's left-handed, like I said before. I bought it, had it sent here. It's a right-handed model. So I turned around and bought her another one, a left-handed one, in that Tiffany
Blue.
aqua green color.
Yeah.
They call it Tiffany blue, but
Right.
it looks green to me. And our pistols are not the same caliber, but they're the same make, same model, and they're both the same size in whatever else. So the holsters between our pistols are interchangeable. But I like the holster. I like the way it's this company out of Texas. It was just I bought it because it came in that color. So now I've been cruising around with a girl colored holster forever. And I don't mind. It's a comfortable holster. Tiffany blue's not as bad as pink, but if it's comfortable, that's where because I'm crawling into attics and under houses, it's got to be comfortable.
Absolutely.
And I might lay on it and I might, bang it into stuff. So that's what I do. Yeah.
Good for you for admitting that.
Yeah, I'm not scared. Mallory says her husband is goofy. He shoots pistol right-handed and shoots his carbine left-handed. I married a weirdo. My grandfather was an old guy, Korean War era vet, and he was ambidextrous because growing up back then in rural Utah and also before that rural Canada, they forced you to learn to write and do everything right-handed. So he's fully ambidextrous.
Mm-hmm.
He could shoot just as good with either hand. He could write. He could everything. And it worked out for him in the end because can't tell you how many times I've had to drive a nail and it's on the left-hand side of a wall in a corner and I get a stumble through that, just missing nails and bending them over the whole time with my left hand. I wish I was ambidextrous.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I never thought of that. But yes, there are many people who shoot one gun one way and another gun another. I have a daughter who's left-handed, and but she's pretty ambidextrous, shooting handguns left or right, because she instructs also. And so she found it was easier to master it both ways, but she shoots all of her rifles right-handed.
Mm.
Even
What does it have to do with dominant eye or anything, or is it just?
what, shooting a rifle right-handed?
Yeah, I mean, is she right eye dominant?
No, but rifles are made for right-handed shooters.
That's true. She doesn't want brass hitting her in the chin.
Yeah, so when your rifle is set up as a for a right-handed shooter, go ahead and learn how to shoot right-handed, and don't worry so much about eye dominance.
Mm.
With a handgun, it's no problem. Just bring the gun up in front of the dominant eye, and your rifle. If you don't want to go through that problem of shooting a right-handed rifle left-handed, then just learn how to shoot it right-handed. You'll be fine.
Mm. Mm. That's a good point, because that is a huge complaint with lefties whenever they approach any of the AR platforms or its offshoots, any of the, especially the guys that shoot the bullpup platforms, because that pushes the receiver back like 3 inches.
Right. I've been doing this a very, very long time, Jared. And what I find is that if nobody has ever made a big deal about eye dominance, people don't have a problem with switching shoulders. If they were started in their training with this emphasis on eye dominance, then they're reluctant to change because they've been convinced that they can't do it. That's not true.
That's a good point.
John's left eye dominant.
Yeah.
He shoots everything off his right shoulder.
So it really doesn't throw you off. It doesn't throw you off as much as, well, as I was.
Now, if you have an eye injury or a particular eye problem with one of your eyes, that's a whole different story. And of course, we run into people like that all the time. They might be blind in one eye, or one eye might be so messed up that they can't get anything close to a good sight picture. Well, then you have to find a rifle that works or a shotgun that works on your opposite shoulder than from your dominant eye. But I would just suggest to people try it. And especially in this day and age when many people keep both eyes open while shooting a rifle, particularly if they have an optic, it's not a big deal. Unless you started your training with that concept that you have to only use your dominant eye.
So I'm ruined. You can't just, I mean, I'm pretty good both-handed. I've had previous trainings in the past where we had to function with both hands. So I've tested those skills, but yeah. But if you're an old guy, can't teach those old dogs new tricks.
Depends on who the teacher is.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So back to when you first started this 4 years ago, when you sat down, what was your process? Well, here, let me ask this. Were you off-body carrying before that, or was this something that you kind of worked with the manufacturers and designed a process from the start?
I first off-body carried over 30 years ago. When even before I became a full-time firearms instructor with John, I did some other things where I was out and about a lot, and I was in charge of a lot of people, and so I carried off body. No one thought it was a good idea whatsoever, but there were some manufacturers who made handbags, and so when I needed to do that in my other job, I did it because it was the only way to be sure that I had something with me that could be used for self-defense. And Coronado leather, if you're familiar with Coronado leather, they've been around far longer than 35 years ago, because that's probably how long ago it was that I carried one of their briefcases. And they're one of the top in in the line. They make very, very fine things out of Coronado, California. So I had done it then, and then I got away from it for a long time because people were so against it. And then when a manufacturer came to me and said, could you put together a curriculum? They had to twist my arm, but finally twisted my arm enough that I did it. And so I started just with the basics of how are we going to carry this bag and be as efficient and as cautious as we possibly can while getting the gun out of the holster, and apply all of the defensive handgun skills that I had learned with John over the years. So you had to combine those two things. So I just sat down with pencil and paper and someone else that I was consulting with at the time, and we came up with a good plan. And I used the bags. How am I going to use this bag to accomplish what I want to do? And that's why I don't teach cross draw, because there just isn't a way to do that consistently well. And so everything is on the strong side that I do. And we went through step by step. I've been teaching with John for a very, very, very long time. And so I knew the steps that I wanted to go through to get from having a bag that's secure in a holster to getting a gun to eye level. I knew those steps. I knew what needed to be done to accomplish the goal of getting the gun out and on target. Now, what bags work best? Some are lousy. So even from the manufacturer who got me started on this, and I'm very, very direct about it, that bag doesn't work very well. This bag works better over here.
Did they take your advice and modify the bag
No.
They didn't? They kept just putting the Uncle Mike's out on the shelves?
What I have learned is that just because you manufacture something doesn't mean that you understand how to use it.
Yeah, but they had you. They didn't. When you said, hey, this part doesn't work, they didn't say, it's a good idea. We're going to name it the version 2. We're going to charge an extra $30.
On occasion, yes. But not everything has been modified according to my version. But I have to tell them this works really well, but this doesn't work really well. Will they keep making it? Yeah, they'll probably keep making it. Unless I say, you know what, this is a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Yeah.
And in most cases, I haven't found anything that's that drastic, but I look for efficiency, and we just don't have efficiency in every single bag.
Yeah. But let's face it, concealed carry is an inefficient means of carrying regardless, because
yes,
the minute you throw a shirt over it. So
yes,
I think training can defeat a lot of your problems.
It absolutely does. But if I could just give you an example, though, of what the direction you were going in, if you put on that belt holster, waistband holster, and then you put your Hawaiian shirt over the top of it, and then maybe you put a vest on it because it's a little cool that day, and then you put your down jacket on top of that because it's really cold that day and the wind is howling and you live out west, and now you're out in a situation where you might want to draw that gun. How many layers are you going to go through before you get that gun?
You're going to, unless, okay, here's how you have to do it, and no one does this. You have to get dressed that morning, and then you walk into your training area with an empty weapon, and you practice 100 times.
Oh, yeah.
And then you might be ready until about lunch. And then after you've had that burrito and all your blood has been sent to your stomach and you become afternoon retarded, you've got to start over again. And that's honestly the only way.
Mm-hmm. Well, when I was in, let's last October, I did the instructor class in Montana, up in Three Forks, Montana. It was the last week of October, and an early storm came through. Of course, I had a class scheduled. You knew,
Oh yeah.
you knew a storm was going to come through. And we had 6 inches of snow, and it was 18 degrees. And we were still on the range. We were still out there on the range. But you know what? With 6 inches of snow on the ground and 18 degrees, you can get to your gun a whole lot faster when it's in an off-body carry bag on the outside of 13 layers of jackets.
That's the truth. That's the thing. Because if you train with that bag, doesn't matter if you're wearing a skirt, a dress, a pair of flip-flops, if you're wearing a whatever, because you've trained with your holster the same way every time. It's always the same distance from your shoulder. Yeah.
Yeah, and it worked great. And those ladies were, wow, I'm cold, and if I had my gun in a holster on my belt, I would never get to it. I have so many layers on. But that wasn't true because everything was outside of your coat.
Mhm.
So
Well, not just that, but there's a couple downsides with carrying with the holster. If it's summer, you've got to be committed to wearing a vest or wearing a t-shirt that looks like it's made for the older brother and it was hand me down from last Christmas. You have to commit to that. Where off body, you can wear the most comfortable clothes for your whatever you're doing, your activity, whatever. You could off body carry going to the gym. How would you be able to off body carry in a pair of those yoga pants?
Right.
Or how would you be able to holster carry in a pair of yoga pants? You just can't.
Well, there is a company that makes a holster or makes yoga pants with a holster in it, but
Yeah.
again, how comfortable is that? And again, unless you wear something large and bulky over the top of it, somebody's going to spot it.
There's that. And then there's also, sure, there might be a place in yoga pants where you could seat a weapon and gain a little bit of concealment. But do you want to be that person who's going elbow deep in your own pants to find that sweet spot, you know?
Right. And then getting it put away
Mm-hmm.
quickly is not going to happen.
Yeah. Yes. That's always been a concern. I'm not a fan of shoulder rigs for the same reason. The old shoulder rigs from like back in the 70s where the weapon was carried horizontally. I look at those now and I'm like, oh, now they've got them vertically, but still, you know, aside from the cross draw and the flagging, you know, what happens when you put on the jacket and then the overcoat and then whatever else, or, you know, everything like that, where off body carry. And then if you're going to the bathroom, you know, for the guys out there, if you're carrying a weapon, you go to the bathroom, you undo your belt, your pants immediately fall to the ground and you're standing there looking dumb at a urinal. Yeah. So no, I agree. I just wish they made a purse in my color.
Well, there are enough styles of bags out there now. You could find one that you could use quite readily without anybody suspecting there was something in it.
Oh, yeah. And imagine, I mean, you know, like if you're concealed carry and you've got a weapon on one hip and 2 spare magazines on the other hip, that's substantial space. But in off-body carry, you could have a weapon and 4 spare mags and a flashlight and a knife and a
OC spray.
cell phone. Yeah, OC spray or whatever.
And have it all in one place where you could get at it quite readily.
And you could train the dirt out of using it.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, man, that's great. So what was your process in building this training, aside from telling the manufacturer, hey, this bag really doesn't work, and the manufacturer going, oh, well, that's fine, we're sending 800 units to Cow Ranch tomorrow. We're going to ignore you. What was the process of that? Did you get a whole bunch of bags and you and John just go to the range and just start practicing?
Oh, well, first of all, let me make sure you are not under any false delusions here. John has nothing to do with this.
Oh, really?
Now,
Oh,
it's not that he doesn't agree with off-body carry and the
he's the one who told me you had the course. I was real interested when he told me.
Oh, yes, but he doesn't do the course. I mean, he doesn't teach the course.
Yeah.
I'm the one who teaches the course. Um, but I learned everything I know from him. Most
Mhm.
everything I know from him. I've learned from a lot of instructors, but I've been very, very fortunate. But using those bags, yes, manufacturers send them to me. Gun Totin' Mamas is probably the largest manufacturer. Smith & Wesson manufactures some, and Galco is another, and then there are some that are not even associated with the gun industry that have put holsters in some of their handbags.
Honestly, that's the way I would go. Because I'm thinking a handbag that says Smith and Wesson on it,
Right, right.
that's like wearing a Glock hat, walking around, and everyone's gonna know. Oh, okay,
Yes, yes.
though I'm sure
So,
Smith and Wesson makes a fine bag. I do like Smith and Wesson weapons.
mhm.
Thank you.
But they do have their little logo on it, and so if you know the Smith and Wesson logo, you might detect that, or Browning
Yeah.
bags too. So some of the companies that now GTM, their name is Gun Totin' Mamas. They changed that to GTM not long after they started because that was a better name than saying Gun Totin' Mamas because of that identity problem.
Mm-hmm.
And so they make probably the largest variety of handbags.
I'm gonna have to check that out. Gun Totin' Mamas.
Right.
I like the name too. That's just sounds like fun. And I'm really appreciative nowadays. 20 years ago when I don't know, 30 years ago now, when I first started down this path, there wasn't as many females open to it or into it. And granted, men kind of pushed them out, but they weren't interested then either. But as of late, the females started getting more into it. And then also, how do I put this? They started kind of becoming sex symbols when they had guns. So you started seeing them show up at different gun shows, or if a gun was to be showed off, they got a model to show it off like they were selling a boat at a boat fair, but I think that's good because it opens the industry up to females, and that just gets more people involved, and it gets more variety and more opportunity for people who take self-defense serious in their life.
That's very true. When I started in this business with John, 36, 37 years ago, long time before you probably.
Oh no, I was born then. I was what? How old would I have been then? I was a teenager then.
There were very few women coming to class. Class after class after class after class. I was the only woman. And then occasionally there'd be somebody's wife would come to class. And it's only in the last 10 years that we have really seen large numbers of women come to classes. And maybe 15 years. But with the advent of the two large groups that attract women, particularly that are clubs for women that are national, that has certainly changed things, and for the better.
Yes, 100%. And I'm one of those. I believe that Uh, I want every woman armed
Yeah,
because
yes.
you would.
But if I'm interrupting, I apologize, but
No, no, go
here's
on.
here's the problem that we see though. We see women growing in numbers, but we see them talking about the same old trite premises that have come from men for decades. Oh, you can't carry off body. You shouldn't carry an autoloader. You should carry a revolver because an autoloader is too complicated for you. You should only shoot 22s or 9mm at the most, or maybe a 380. You shouldn't do this. You can't do this because you're female. Uh,
Yeah.
and, and then so on, she's getting all kinds of mixed messages. Well, I need to protect myself, but I shouldn't use this gun and I can't carry this way because those are bad. And so all of those very, very trite things that have been villainized so much are carried over. And when you talk to a group of women, you're going to hear them say, and I've heard them say it back to me, I would never do that. I would never carry off body because my instructor told me that that's the most horrible thing to do. Oh, yeah. Well, what if you're 8 months pregnant?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. What if you just had surgery? What if you have a body cast because you were in an automobile accident? What if you have a child on your hip and you don't want to put that child on your hip with a gun sitting underneath it? What are you going to
Yeah.
do? Are you going to start thinking for yourself? Or are you going to listen to the old trite things that have been said for decades that you can't do this at all because, oh, how horrible that would be?
Mm.
Because men were never in the same situations that women are in.
No, no. Um, Another thing with off body carry is you could carry literally an indirect weapon. You could carry a howitzer in a purse. You could be you could be packing. I mean, just think about it. With the correct 45 long Colt, you could have ball, hollow point, 410, ball, hollow. You could imagine the way you carry at that point. You
Mm-hmm.
could have a Desert Eagle. Rarely have I seen a guy carry a Desert Eagle under a shirt and be able to conceal it.
Right.
But
Right.
off body, you could carry that and you could conceal it.
Yeah. Nobody knows what you have.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not true when you carry on your waist. If you know what to look for, you can spot somebody carrying many times when they think that they are completely invisible. But
Yep.
that's true. But when you're carrying off body in some kind of a bag, there's no telling what you have in there. Whether you
Yeah,
have a little nubby or you have a desert eagle.
you could be bringing the beast to the feast and no one would know it. And another thing, women's bodies where their hips shape out more, carrying it on the hip means that they've got to defeat the natural curve of their body.
Yes.
And off
Yep.
body, you can make a straight draw.
Yeah. Men have no hips. So
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that is very true. It makes it a little easier on that part. But no, but then again, the belts don't retain the pants as easy. So that's another thing. You got to pull your pants up all day long.
right. Or wear suspenders.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know a lot of guys who wear suspenders because not only you have no hips and then you put the weight of a gun and a
Mm-hmm.
magazine or two on that belt and the belt won't function because there are no hip bones to set that belt on top of. So one of John's favorite sayings is where you stand depends on where you sit. If you stop and think about that for a moment, you know, you have to do what works for you. And too long we have been listening to uh, concepts and theory that you have to do it this way. You just have to do it this way. Any other way is inconceivable, and it's wrong, just plain wrong. Well, we're all different. We're all individuals. Our bodies are shaped different. You have different challenges to face. How are you going to handle this? Someone I've known in the business for many, 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 many years suddenly finds himself in a wheelchair from a stroke. And it's like he doesn't know where to begin now. Well, an off-body carry bag works perfectly well in a wheelchair,
Mm-hmm.
and a waistband holster does not.
That's right. Or you have the wheelchair specially made. Under the right forearm rest is a 12 gauge. Under the left forearm rest is a, I don't know, let's go with a 10 millimeter. You could have some kickouts, James Bond it up. But other than that, yeah, off body's the only way to do it.
Yeah, it's the only way to, again, be efficient and competent with it, and yet have it completely out of sight.
Mm-hmm.
So I am trying very hard to help change people's minds about this, because I think it's really important.
No, that's good. And it just gives you more options and opportunities, even for the men. This makes me think, do I want to start looking around for something that I could incorporate as off body? Maybe like my tool bag. Take my tool bag, it's got, screws on one side and tools on the other, but could there be another little pouch where it's off body and it's something that I commonly find myself wearing, which again is a pain in the butt when I have a holster on the hip, because that tool bag is heavy and uncomfortable on top of that.
But you see, somebody will be listening to you, and then they'll shake their finger in your face and they'll say, Jared, no, because you put that tool bag down. You set it down. You don't always have your hand on it. It's not always attached to you.
Mm.
And what you do have to remember is the moment you put that tool bag down, it is now a storage container. It is no longer just a holster. If you've got it with you in your hand or strapped to you, and it has a holster in it and a gun in it, okay, it's a holster bag, however you want to phrase it. But you've got control over it. The minute you put it down, it's still containing that gun in a holster, but now it becomes a storage container because you took your hand away from it.
Mm.
Okay. So what? How far away are you going to get from that bag? Are you going to walk away and leave it in one place overnight and not think about it? Are you going to
I'm not a DC police lieutenant. I wouldn't leave my pistol on the crapper and go down the hall to do my paperwork.
Exactly.
I would hope not.
Guns that have come out of holsters on waistbands have been left in airplanes, they've been left in restrooms, they've been left in all kinds of places, because it had to come out of the holster, and now it's completely visible when it's set down. When you put that bag down, yes, it becomes a storage container, but nobody can tell there's a gun in there.
That is true.
But it may still be something that is attractive for someone to pick up and walk away with. But that's your livelihood. You're not going to take your eyes off of there, or you're not going to be unconscious about where it is and who's around it. You're going to be thinking about it in the back of your head all the time. And the eyes in the back of your head are going to see somebody who gets too close to it. And you're going to immediately respond to that. Just like any woman with a purse.
That's very true. And also earlier I was about to say, does Gucci make one? But you wouldn't want Gucci to make one, because that's the target that they want to get to. So they would do their best to release. So you want to be just enough that it matches your attire, but you don't want it to be the bling.
Exactly.
That's a new point to think of. So you don't want a Louis Vuitton, made for a Glock 40 cal. You want to, okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. And I want to tell everyone, if you want to call in, the call lines are open, 385-899-2134. And Holly should be here. I have a co-host, Holly, but she had to do something. She was something with her kid at his school at the beginning of the show, but she'll be here hopefully over the next 5 or 10 minutes. But they're open. All right, Vicki.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's something to keep in mind. You value your equipment just as any woman values her handbag, whatever she has in it.
Mm-hmm.
And are women careless with their handbags? Yes, they are careless all the time. But again, as we said a while ago, once you make the decision to carry a gun, there's a whole new level of responsibility sitting on your shoulders that you have to be aware of every moment of every day that you're doing that.
Yeah, it's a matter of well, I'm going to say this right now. If you are going to carry, if you're making that conscious decision to carry a weapon out in public, to be one of the people who's going to stand forth and defend yourself and possibly other people, you need to make sure your mindset's on point. You need to make sure that you're approaching everything in life responsible. And what that means is you don't get angry when you're driving. You show you've got to be the first person to, if someone bumps into your cart in the store, you say, "Oh, my bad, sorry." You got to turn away. You have to change your mindset because you have to. You kind of have to work to be above reproach. It's just my opinion.
Absolutely.
We do have a caller, but I want to say real quick, the call screener, Dwayne, says he used to carry a man bag when he lived in California. Dwayne is a refugee from California. I think he got, what do they call it? What do they call it now when you run away from a country? Starts with an A. The thing that's all over the news right now.
Asylum.
Yeah, he's an asylee from California. But anyways, he says, "I love my Ruger Blackhawk." I think that would happen to, carry in a man bag. I mean, I've got an old H&K USP 45 that you would have to be high to carry on a hip.
Yeah, that Ruger's a big one. It's got yeah. You want to talk to Mallory?
Yeah, bring Mallory in.
Mallory, go ahead.
Hey guys, and Vicki, thank you so much for doing this podcast with Jared.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Mallory.
Vicki is a pioneer for us women, and she has definitely shown me the ways that I need to repent, because I've always wanted to run and gun with the boys, and Jared, bless his heart, he's always been nagging me to do this off-body carry stuff. So you're very inspirational, Vicki, and I've been hooting and hollering as you're preaching because you're absolutely right. And I'll have you know that Vicki at the SHOT Show, she chewed a vendor's butt about not having any products for women to try on at the show. They had all the men's products, but they didn't have any products for women. And she let them have it because, as you were so accurately said, women drive the marketplace. They earned her a little bit of her forgiveness by having tactical pants for pregnant women, for Ellie. But I loved it. I love you, Vicki. I just want to let you know that. And she's right. Whenever I act naive when I walk into a gun store, still to this day, first thing they do is walk me over to the revolvers. She's absolutely right.
Here's a beautiful M frame for you.
Oh, I was angry. It upsets me. And I ordered a specific switch for my flashlight that I really liked, and they brought in the wrong one, and I said, no, this is the wrong one. I wanted the one that was more sensitive, and they made fun of me. They talked down to me, so there are certain gun stores I will not go to. So she's absolutely correct. And I'll tell you what, I don't care who makes fun of me for my 20 gauge or whatever, there's just some platforms that are just too heavy for us girls. We don't have the upper body strength that you big boys do. So, I need something I can run and gun with. So, Vicki, keep preaching away. I love you so much. Thank you for doing the show, and I'll get off.
Thanks, Mallory.
All right. Yes. Anyway, so no, that's a good point. She told me about this, that they're making pregnancy pants for law enforcement officers. What is that? What would go into that? I have no idea on what would go into that.
Well, the front of the pants have to be expandable so that over the term of a pregnancy, you can still wear the same pants.
Oh, okay.
So they
Okay.
look like maternity pants, but they're duty pants. And
I thought maybe that they had, okay, so they didn't make any particular, I guess, gear, but they made a maternity pant that could work as uniform.
Right. They looked at reality and said, okay, there are going to be women who are going to work during their pregnancy in law enforcement or in security work. And so let's build them a pair of pants. Now, that's a small segment of the market, but you can't imagine how appreciative that small segment of the market is that there's something out there that's usable to them. Just as when gun manufacturers started making single column guns, autoloaders instead of all double column.
The single stacks, that probably makes quite a bit of difference on hand size. The Glock 43 and 42, I think those were the pioneers of it, weren't they? The Glock 43 and 42?
No. The first single column gun that came out specifically for women came out in the mid 90s, and that was the Lady Car made by Car Arms.
Oh, really?
Yes.
And how was that one? How was was it a good pistol?
It was a wonderful pistol. I had one. It was a steel frame, and so it was rather heavy. But it was single column, and I could actually reach a trigger. And I have one of the smallest hands issued to an adult female. But the Lady Car fit my hand, and the trigger was hand polished at the factory. It was like pulling the trigger through soft butter. It was just wonderful.
Really? So it came with a really nice trigger?
Yes.
Because I like Glocks. I think Glocks are a perfectly good system. I'm just not a fan of factory Glock triggers. I don't like that gumminess right before it drops.
Well, I don't like Glock triggers because I can't reach them.
Because they're too far away.
They're too far away. And so to reach it, I have to turn my hand so far. The only thing left behind the backstrap is my thumb.
Oh.
And if you're shooting a Glock 19, even two-handed, but your thumb is behind the backstrap, that's not enough support for a Glock. And after about 4 rounds, that Glock 19 will not function in my hand. And that's, again, one of the great myths that has been perpetrated, that, oh my gosh, if that happens, that means you're limp wristing it. You know what? I can lock my wrist behind that gun as tight as a wrist can be locked, and it will still malfunction because there's not enough of my hand to provide support for the Glock. And so there's not enough energy for the slide to go back and forth. It's all lost in cyberspace. And so that's one of those myths associated with women and guns. It's a mismatch, and the gun won't function. That's not true with a Glock in 40 caliber. That will function all the time because there's plenty of recoil energy.
Because they're snappy.
Yes. Anyway, that's just one of those things that gets misconstrued, and guys perpetrate the fact, well, you are doing something wrong, when in reality, it's the design of the gun and the matchup with the hand, which are not compatible.
Well, they design guns for their most common users.
Males, average to mid-sized males. Or
yeah, I'm
average
sure
large-sized males.
I'm sure Andre the Giant, with his finger that was 25 inches around, probably couldn't use it in the opposite direction.
Yes.
So what pistol do you carry now? What's your go-to now?
I very much like the Hellcat, the Springfield Hellcat. That makes an excellent carry gun for me. For a range gun, I often use a full-size M&P 2.0. I do have a Glock. But it's
Everyone
a Glock.
has a Glock.
It's a Glock 42.
Okay.
Because that is very easy for me to conceal.
That's that 380 model, correct?
The 380. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
it's super dependable too. I mean,
yes, and it fits my hand, and I can conceal it, and nobody knows that I have that on at all. Or you put that in some kind of a bag, an off-body carry bag, and you don't even know it's there. It's so lightweight.
Yep. Yeah. The reason I suggest Glock to anyone asking me is just because you walk into the gun store and you don't just look at the guns or whatever you think looks cool, is you look at the accessory rack and the magazine rack. What can you buy all the extra stuff you want?
That's true.
You know?
But if even if you're male, if you have a very small hand, you're going to have that same problem with the Glock.
Yeah. It's very true.
And so we run into a lot of problems with this, with husbands who say to their wife, you want a Glock. You want a Glock, he'll say to her. And so she'll come to class with a Glock and then it won't work because her hand's too small. She has to turn her hand so far in order to reach the trigger. I can't tell you how many female law enforcement officers I have done remedial training with because they were shooting Glocks and either the gun would not function or they would not qualify if they were shooting a Glock 40 because the gun was just too big for them.
That's another thing in law enforcement where they kind of have a uniform pistol they all carry. That's got to be kind of hard on the female officers.
Very, very hard on them.
They should open that up to have maybe a secondary option.
Now that we have the option of the Glock 43 or the Glock, get my Glock list out here, the Glock 48, which is also single column, but with the extra rounds in the magazine compared to the 43. The Glock 48 can be a duty gun now for departments that are enlightened enough to realize that all Glock 17s and 19s don't fit everybody. So we can put them in a Glock 48. So, but somebody has to explain to the administration why that would be a good idea. Why putting a Glock 19 in the hands of a female with small hands may end up in being the worst thing they could do for her, because if that gun malfunctions because the slide isn't going to function, that's not her fault. That's a mismatch between the department rules and her physical capability, the size of her hand. She has no choice about the size of her hand. And if suddenly her gun doesn't work and she's in the middle of a gunfight, now we have trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, until somebody explains that, she is left out to dry. Because that's the other thing I do besides off-body carry, and I've been doing it for years and years and years, is teaching male law enforcement instructors how to teach women, and the dilemmas that come with taking all the things that you normally teach men and how you teach men, and now trying to teach that to that female officer. It doesn't all work. Because she's not the average to large size male.
That is very true. Someone says, I agree. People should be able to pick their flat platform in law enforcement. How would that work? Would the department say, look, that allotment for your pistol is $700. And if you go over that, that's your responsibility. And if you go under that, you got to give it back to the department, because I don't want to see him, to make an extra buck, go out and buy a whole bunch of high points and come cruising into the department and with high points on their hip.
Well, the way it usually works, a department, if a department is enlightened enough to allow you to purchase your own gun, then they usually have a list of those things that they will accept.
Yeah.
You can't just go out and buy anything. But many departments rely on the fact that they all want to look uniform in terms of everybody looking the same. And so you have to have the same gun as everybody else. But that just doesn't always work. Why can you have different size shoes? Why can you change the setup of the seat of the patrol car, but still have to carry the same gun? I'm not
That's a
going to
good
carry
point.
that.
Were it me, I would have, you've got to have within this caliber range, you know, and I would say you have to have, I don't even know if I'd say magazine capacity, but you have to have this much capacity, this many rounds on you. So if you have a magazine that holds 8, I demand that you have, 40 rounds on your body. And then you can make up that difference in a magazine.
Yeah. And they do it in various ways. Certainly not all departments give you the option of having your own choice, but there are some who do.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if you become an officer with that department, especially if you're a smaller statured person, you have to make the decision, am I willing to sacrifice my capability for the uniformity of the department?
Yeah. Why? I mean, there's so much hazard for a department, a city, a community for that. I mean, not just in the aspect that officer wouldn't be able to perform at that high level task, but if it all goes awry, then you've just given the bad guy another gun, and then then the city has to also cover the expense of that. This just sounds like a terrible chance you'd have to take just to make everyone carry a Glock 19 or a Glock 17.
But I had in my course of doing this, I try very hard not to make that become an excuse for a female officer. If you can explain to her why she's having trouble and give her some methods to fix the problem, you might be able to bring her up to an acceptable standard. That's not always possible. Depends on the size of their hand. So when I teach instructors, law enforcement instructors, I will take, for instance, their duty gun, which might be a Glock 19, and I will take them to the range and I will make sure that that Glock 19 no longer fits them, that they have a long reach to the trigger and they understand what the weight is like, and then I put them through their qualification. And then when they can't do it, it's like, oh my gosh, we had no idea. Wow, isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
You had no idea this is why officers fail, because the gun doesn't fit.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So
That is true. Someone says I think it's Mallory. I have to doesn't show up the name on the screen, but there are platforms I wouldn't allow officers to carry if I was in charge. Ruger, Taurus, and Sig P320 and Keltex. Yes, the P320.
Right.
The P320 does have it's made a name for itself. Let's just say that.
Yes.
Ruger's, I don't know. I feel like back in the early 90s, what was that Ruger pistol at 9mm that was very popular? Seemed like everyone had one back then. The Ruger, I can't even remember. Keltex, yeah. No, I don't disagree with any of that. G23 for girls. What caliber is the Glock 23?
Isn't that a 40?
Is that a 40? Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's like some people, it's like everything else. if you're picking out your pistol, try to go somewhere where you can handle it, gain some training, find one that fits you, and then run that bad boy into the ground. Get another one like it.
Yeah. We have to learn, and we have to advocate for our students that you find what works for you.
Mm-hmm.
Don't take anybody's advice. This is the best thing since sliced bread, or this is the most popular gun in the world, or this is what you should have because, so many people have it. And if your husband has one, you should have one too. No. We should have what works for us. And
Yeah.
that's both in the handgun and choosing a handgun and choosing a method of carry. Because what you're most competent with, what works best for you, not what works best for somebody else.
And train with it.
And train and train and train and train and train. Yes.
Yeah. You can take a guy with the worst systems out there. If he's training with him, he'll beat the guy with the best systems who never trains every time.
Yes. But if you have my life, if you happen to be married to John Farnam, you have to be able to step up in front of a class, and it doesn't matter who the class is, a group of guys in Utah, or a group of Marines at Camp Pendleton or Miramar Air Station, doesn't matter who. You have to be able to step up there and do exactly what needs to be done at the moment it needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what we try so hard to instill in our students. You don't get to pick when it's your turn. You're called upon to do something at the moment in time when it needs to be done. And that's how I was trained. You are always ready. You are always prepared, and you can always do it the way you're supposed to do it. And there's so many times we hear, oh, well, I would be ready if I just had, all the right stuff with me. No, you have to be ready.
Because that's how real life works.
That's how real life works.
That is 100%. Mallory asks, she says, Vicki, have you gotten any guys to wear the bra holster and learn to draw and holster from that platform?
Now, I actually have not. I'll have to work on that, Mallory. But she's referring to the flashbang holster.
Yeah.
Which I think is one of the best things to come along for women in my entire career as being an instructor. I like the flashbang holster very, very much. Again, it serves its purpose when you really need to have that deep concealment, but perhaps you have to be dressed in a more business attire.
Mm-hmm.
And I have worn that holster when lecturing in many places that perhaps guns were not welcome.
How would that work? Does it have like an actual holster in a bra? Like a Kydex holster? Or?
It's a Kydex holster, and there is a leather strap on it. And so that leather strap then goes in around as a loop around the center of a bra.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can tuck that up underneath the bra. And
so it sits against your body.
It's right against your body.
Underneath the bra. And it's your natural curves add to the concealment. Okay.
Correct. But now to use it, you have to have a shirt on. It could be a blouse, a dress blouse, or a t-shirt. But you have to be able to get your hand up underneath it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you mentioned shoulder holsters a while ago. Remember the clamshell shoulder holster? Well, the flashbang is a clamshell made out of Kydex. And so you're not drawing it, and it sits horizontally.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not drawing it out. You're popping it down.
Yeah, you're pushing it down like the The
Yep.
KGB holster is.
It just pops straight down. So if my bad guy were over here, I would pop it straight down and come right up.
So you'd probably want to be you'd probably want to go away from flagging people by adjusting your body at moment of draw.
Oh, absolutely, because you would orient yourself to the bad guy, to the target. And so knowing that the muzzle, your hand may not be on the gun yet, but you're going to orient the muzzle so it's pointed right at your target. So when you pop it down, then come up with both hands, you're going to be pointed right at your target. You never flag yourself nor anyone else. Now,
Yeah.
if it's sitting horizontal and you're my target, well, shame on me, because now I will flag somebody.
Mm-hmm. That's
But
where part of the draw is adjusting your body so that you
adjusting
can.
your stance so that but that should always be part of your draw.
Yes.
And again, if you have trained that way, that's the way you will always do it.
Mm-hmm.
You will always orient yourself to the best of your ability to your target.
Yeah. Yes. Mallory says she would need to have some cosmetic work to carry a G36
Wrong,
like that.
wrong, 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 wrong. And she would be surprised. I have an instructor who works with me who happens to be taller than I am. Of course, that's not a big deal to be taller than I am. You can't tell how vertically challenged I am on this screen. But in order to get taller than I am, that particular instructor had to give up something else. So another part of her body structure is not nearly as well endowed. And so, but guess what? She can use a flashbang just as easily as any woman who is very well endowed, because the flashbang tucks up underneath.
Mm-hmm.
And this particular person uses a Smith & Wesson Shield in her flashbang. No one ever detects it. No one ever detects it. And if you think somebody is, you just throw a scarf around your neck.
There you go. All right,
Or-
Mallory, you hear that? Let's just not do the flashbang at range day. That would maybe get complicated and confusing for a lot of the students.
Well, again, the flashbang, like the shoulder holster, if somebody comes to class with a flashbang, and I would suggest not to come to class with a flashbang, but if they did, they have to always be oriented so that the muzzle is pointed down range. So they're virtually at 90 degrees to the target.
Mm-hmm.
So the flashbang will always come out pointed to the target. And
So-
this arm is up and out of the way.
Yes. That's a good point. All right. Is there anything you want to finish out with? And while you do that, I want to bring your website back up on the screen and make sure that everyone has ample opportunity to view that and to, if they want to sign up for a course. Where's your next course at?
My next instructor class is in Lufkin, Texas.
Okay.
And
Lufkin, Texas.
yes.
Where is that?
It's in East Texas, about 2 hours north of Houston.
Okay.
You should come to one of those classes sometime.
I would love to. Right now, East Texas sounds nice because here in Utah, it's snowing.
Supposed to snow here tonight.
Yes, but in the middle of summer, when you have a course in a cooler place, that sounds great. Yeah, you've got introduction to defensive shooting for women. I think that's excellent. Fundamentals of defensive shooting for women.
Yes.
Unarmed self-protection for women. Tell me about this unarmed self-protection.
Well, there are things that you can utilize if you're not ready to use a gun. And so even if it's a flashlight and OC spray, you can learn how to take care of yourself. Some people just aren't ready for a gun yet. But I don't ever like them to think that they are incapable of taking care of themselves. So we can use things like a knife or OC spray or flashlight, and good thinking.
Yes, that's the key to all of this is good thinking, being prepared, being aware of your surroundings and when to leave somewhere.
Absolutely.
That's
Yes.
you can't emphasize that enough, that if the area where you're at is going sideways, you leave.
Right.
Just grab
Well,
yours, go.
First thing, don't be at that political rally.
Oh,
Don't be there. And second is get out of there. If things are going downhill, get out of there the fastest that you can. So you don't have to make any of the other decisions. But if you can't get out, then do the best you can.
Yeah, that's the thing. Man, it's a weird time because right now the Republican side tends to have big positive political rallies. And that tends to be, for whatever reason, a place where things go awry that turn negative is when you go to big political rallies, positive or negative. And man, that's a rough circumstance right now. I know everyone wants to support their favorite political candidate, but man.
Yeah, it's tough. Well, there was a shooting in Times Square today.
Oh, really?
Yes, a young 15-year-old immigrant, who's been dropped in New York City recently. Yep, he pulled out a gun and took a shot at a police officer and then ended up shooting a tourist. And he's still at large, the last I heard. Right here in the town I lived in, there was a fellow yesterday involved in a shooting with a police officer. And then
what town are you in, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in Fort Collins, Colorado.
Oh, yeah, you're in Fort Collins.
We had a shooting yesterday.
That place is growing too.
Oh, it's terrible how it's grown. And we had a murder-suicide in town last week. A husband shot and killed his wife and then killed himself. Those things don't happen. I mean, those two things to happen within less than 10 days of each other here in Fort Collins is like, oh my gosh, what happened to our town? And one was a domestic inside of their home. The other one is on the street, but it just is a sign of how unsettled things are. And so, yeah, we have to, what we have to do to ensure our own safety, which again, as John is like to saying, sometimes the fight comes to you and you have no choice.
Yeah, hopefully you recognize it before it's too late. But yes, sometimes the fight comes to your doorstep, and we're in a very peculiar time where it seems like there's more crazies running around and more circumstances that most of the time the government's creating to cause these issues, which makes half of the country want to restrict gun rights to keep these issues from having guns, which it never does. But that's the most important time when good, normal, healthy-minded people need to make sure that that they have an ability of self-defense. And it's a complicated time. We're threading the needle right now.
We certainly are. So, well, I appreciate being on today, and I know we scratched the surface.
Yes. Well, everyone, it's dtiwomen.com. Go there and check it out. Sign up for a course. Now, I need to tell you, Mallory is telling me to sweet talk you so that our training group can either, what is she saying? Vicki, if me and my boys sweet talk you enough, will you come here? And this is Jared, sweet talker. Jared, make it happen. Jared,
Well, I'm always open to a discussion about a class. That would be fine.
Good.
We can come up with something, and that would be good.
Yeah, and I love training. I love shooting. I love the event of it, the sport of it, the camaraderie that's built. I mean, there's range day is always the happiest day of the month for me. It is just the happiest day. But I do think it's important. I think if you're going to take a step into self-defense, you need to step all the way in. It's not just buying the equipment and the tools and purchasing everything on Amazon that says tactical in front of it. You go the full route. You get the training, you get the confidence, you build a community, you have to become a type of person that will be able to walk amongst the regular populace and be a safe person. That means, like I said earlier, you've got to make sure that you don't become agitated at things. You don't get road rage. You've got to be calm and collected and observant.
Yeah. It takes a lot of self-discipline.
Yes, it does.
And self-awareness. So carrying a gun is not for everybody.
Yes. All right. Holly is showing up now just as the interview is over. I've got to go open the door for her, but Vicki, thank you for coming on. And
Well, thank you for having me.
I would like to have you and John on sometime together. I think that would be a real interesting chat to see, because I've talked to both of you, and both of you are real easy to talk to. And I think that'd be a fun conversation to see how the back and forth goes all together.
It probably would, yes.
Yeah, that'd be good.
We'd be delighted.
Everybody, it's Vicki Farnam. Remember, that's DTI. Let me pull it back up. DTIwomen.com.
Yes, but if they look at DTI Women, or DTI for Women on Facebook, that's where I post a lot of things that I do. So DTI for Women on Facebook. Yeah,
so check it out on Facebook. That's probably more accessible for the average person, because that's more of you make a friend with them and then you casually get to see.
Right, and they can see what I post.
Yeah, that's outstanding. That's outstanding. So go check out DTI DTI for Women on Facebook.
Yes.
Go check that out. If you're looking for a course, especially if you're carrying off body, keep your eye open, find a course that is either coming up or complies with your geographical location, or maybe someplace you want to visit. Maybe start planning your vacations around a good range day. That sounds like a plan to me.
Good.
Vicki, thank you very much. Say hi to John for me. It was a pleasure talking to you, and hopefully we talk again real soon.
Thank you, Jared. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, everyone, that's Vicki. It sounds like Holly is here. Oh, okay. Yes, she's here. Maybe she'll be coming back in a minute, but I'll have to adjust the camera a little bit when she does. Anyways, so I don't know. We don't have any other guests, and we've got 2 hours, 15 minutes to burn. But there's a lot of subjects going on. We've got Texas still. Looks like war in the Middle East some more. I'm sad that Holly missed interviewing Vicki as well, but she had to go deal with some school stuff. The complication with Israel, and I knew that it was going to go this way, because the Democrat Party is in charge of everything right now. But the Democrats have made a Faustian bargain with the ultra-left progressives, which support Palestine. So the Democrats have to walk a fine line how they deal with that. And I'm, I don't know, interested in seeing how they do that. Tucker Carlson interviewed Vladimir Putin. Do you just want me? Interviewed Vladimir Putin. I haven't had a chance to watch it, but that's all anyone can talk about. I would like to watch it before I comment on it. I don't know. You know, I like Tucker Carlson usually. I think he's a entertaining guy to watch. You know, it's not about a trust thing or anything. It's just I think he's entertaining. I like his insights. I think that's something pretty cool to see. But the thing that I mostly want to talk about, and I touched on it with Vicki, and hopefully Holly comes in here so that she can chime in. I was listening to a guy talk about possibility of civil war yesterday, you know, which that's on everyone's mind. And Holly is here. Come in, sit down, adjust your hair. How'd it go? Yeah. Is he ready? Is he ready for his event?
Oh, I think so.
Outstanding. All right. Holly's sitting down. Everyone, don't look at her hair until she's put her headphones on and done what she does to it. When she puts her headphones on, she does something. Yes. No. What concerns me about so people who study history, they look at certain tech marks of what society All right. Okay. We're back. We dropped the internet for a second.
It was my fault. Hey, everybody. Sorry
She's
that I
back.
missed you. And I'm so sorry I missed your interview with Vicki. I just absolutely, I'm so amazed by the program that her and her husband have put together and what two people's effect has had on the many people we know and the people we don't. It's extraordinary.
Yeah.
So
But
thank you for tuning in.
people are still hanging on while we dropped out.
Yes, we've got the best viewers.
We do. He wants town hall meeting. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Okay,
Who wants a town
we
hall?
lost some stuff here. Okay, so we've got someone says that he wants a town hall meeting. Maybe he can be on political head trauma. Yes.
Who's he referring to?
I don't know. It's not coming across. Yes, we're back. Yes, Norma, we're back. Okay. Got to roll back. We had the internet bumped. So it had to, internet stink. But anyways, I want to go back to what I was talking about. And who wants a town hall meeting? Let me know who it is. Yes, Mally May says she's our number one fan. Well, we are a Mally's fan, and Fred is number 2 fan. Sounds like there's some competition.
Fred might be number 1, but you treat him like he's number 2.
Okay, so we were talking about the Civil War. So here's what concerns me. So the guy was talking and who's laying out all these tech marks. There's a guy named Peter Turchin who studies this stuff, wrote a whole treatise on it, has a computer program that studies it, and he compiled all the events from past civil wars, French Revolution, American Civil War, all that stuff. And there's an actual kind of a mathematical equation that can be put in there to see where Civil War is. And we're hitting those marks here in the United States right now pretty hard. There's no empathy from one side to the other anymore. And of course, obviously, our civilization is going through a definite conscious crisis and a whole bunch of stuff. But anyways, what concerns me right now is, and the guy mentioned this, he mentioned that there's no way the left carries much sway when it comes to a civil war. They don't have the attributes that support masculinity. They're not armed. Do we keep losing sound, Dwayne? Or is it Fred says we keep losing sound? Oh, it is going to do. Okay. Dwayne's got a question.
A little jittery. But that's your internet's warming up. So
my internet's waking up. I'll turn the sound up a little bit. We'll see what it does. Okay.
Oh, you read my mind, Dwayne. Yeah.
But does he have your phone out there? Oh, no, you're telling him to. Okay.
I'm telling him right now
we're
come
waking
and grab it.
But what concerns me is right now, when Donald Trump throws a rally, a whole bunch of people go in support of it. And what I'm thinking is that the left, and what this guy mentioned, and this became a major thought in my head, is that the left is going to goad the right into doing something that would villainize the right. And then that would give the Democrat Party, because let's call it what it is.
Again, like J6. They're going to
like
go
January 6th
to J6.
Because the Democrats, they burned cities to the ground for 2 years and it was great and it was all fine. And then the minute the Republicans let's lay it out the worst case scenario. The minute the Republicans push up against the police and enter a building forcefully it's the worst day, as their words,
The day
the worst-
democracy almost died.
the worst day since Pearl Harbor, the worst day since whatever. So that's what
9/11.
yeah. And that's how they would get the military on their side. Now, the top brass in the military, most of them are obviously Democrat strongholds, because I think that's because Obama, I remember when was it, 2014, they had that big flush. They pushed out over 100 field grade officers that were probably not politically aligned with him. And that's a scary time when the president starts pushing out your field grade officers for non-political alignment. That's when it starts getting scary. And civil wars are a long build up. They really are. And now Mallory says it's an invasion. I don't know. Could that be a part of it? Could that be in line with it? Granted, I know the Democrats are trying to keep the borders open because, all of the maneuvers that Biden did at the beginning of his term to kind of hurt the economy has meant that all of the he's losing his urban support. All he's got left is the white women liberals. That's it. That's all. That's his base now. So yeah, maybe. Also, what it does is you let those immigrants in and you give them status. It makes their votes more important when it comes to Congress, where it should really matter. So Congress, when you get extra seats in Congress, your single vote carries further because you get to send extra congressmen in, which is why when Trump was trying to push on the census that they've got to declare whether they're a citizen or not, that was probably a good idea. But of course, it's just racist, because I guess when all you have is a hammer, Democrats, everything's a nail, racist, and fascist, and everything else. Okay, O'Malley May says Governor Abbott is a WEF stooge. He is on their website. It is all a show and probably a setup. All these migrants have to do is walk a half mile down the road from Eagle Pass, and the gate is wide open and untended.
And they're doing it. They're doing it. Somebody was just at the border, and that person at the border showed how secure Eagle Pass is, and then zoomed right down just a couple miles away, and it's business as usual. They're still crossing. So,
well, yeah, that came out right the day they did it. But what it did do, you could look at this both ways. Now, here's like this latest bill when they're in there arguing, when Biden says, "You didn't scream my comment."
Melanie expects you to scream when
I'm not a good screamer. When maybe it's the defeating the NIMBY or whatever, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on. When they're in there arguing, Biden is saying you have to write me a new law so I can close down the border. When presidents before him, including the president he was VP for, was able to obtain it. And the average Republican's like, yeah, we need to write a new law. But then you look at the bill, and I'm shooting off the top of my head, but it's something like $174 billion. This is the law to secure the border. Only like $35 billion of it went to the border. You've got Ukraine in there, of course, act blue, because that's what Ukraine is. It's just a boop, money turns right around, comes back into the Democrat coffers. You've got support of Israel in there. I know a lot of people are pro support Israel. Holly is a pro support Israel. Me, I'm not my dang business. That's where I'm at.
Well, I'm also, though, I have to say that I believe that Israel has an incredible army. They have an incredible, weapon system. And
we gave them $36 billion last year, and they had a surplus of $36 billion last year.
I don't want us to continue funding wars, period. I can support Israel Absolutely, because I
100%.
believe they have a right to exist.
Sure.
But I also, across the board, I think it's time that the United States quits funding all these other countries, all these other wars when we ourselves are under attack.
Or
for
even when
no
we're not
reason,
under attack.
right? Just because we are underwater with $34 trillion
But
in
anyways,
debt.
but there's more complications as to why we do it. That's a whole world economic model, and I don't think I need to argue that. She says they are not coming here to vote; they're coming here to kill you, soldiers. Single young men pouring across Hamas, Hezbollah, CCP soldiers, and you could be 100% right. And maybe they're coming here because the Democrat Party knows that its young men are too busy being furries and questioning their sexuality to carry an M16 into the Great Civil War. So they've got to bring over young men from other places that are more virile. We had a commenter on earlier. I didn't read the comments while we were having Vicki on because apparently this individual didn't like guns.
Oh no.
Kept mentioning, why is it? Someone break this down for me. Why is it that the minute you talk about guns, the leftist has to mention genitalia size? Break that down for me.
Because there's not a winning argument.
But is that all they think about? Like, I
They don't
wonder.
think.
Like if I hear someone talking, I was interviewing a lady, but if I hear someone talking about something, do I automatically go to I wonder if they have endowed genitalia?
No, geez.
Because
It's
that's
not
where this
even
person went.
It's not even reasonable. And here's the thing. Every single argument, whether it's over climate change or whether it's inflation and it's happening or it's not happening, guns, religion, abortion, you know the argument is won when the other side throws out either your genitalia obsession or
I know,
you are a racist, you are
I know
homophobic.
that's just where they go. That's
and
it's one trick ponies.
Right. It's to shut you up. And what they don't realize is a lot of it is hate speech.
Well, I don't believe. Yeah.
That they use. That they
Yeah.
claim
Oh, I know.
Is
They're-
hate speech.
It's the
If you
same
use
with
it.
the racial rhetoric they used. There was a study done where they looked at. You're hot.
Always I'm baking.
That they talked to. They did a study that when Democrats talk to African Americans, to Black people, they dumb down their language and they speak
Hi, Fred.
in Ebonics. And Republicans talk to everyone the same.
And you mean pandering?
Or I call it subconscious racism.
I just call it straight up disrespect. I mean, talk to people like they're people.
But anyways, back to the Civil War. I'll be honest, I am not super concerned about the possibility of an invasion because if you lay the numbers out, 1% of the population has come across that border that we've counted illegally, which means it may be up to 5%. That's still not enough.
Hey, the guys who
To
took
change
down
the numbers.
9/11 were here legally and just overstayed their visas.
We could go into that a little more, but
I'm
yes,
saying don't
but that
discount
didn't
how many overstayed visas
that
there
didn't
are.
destroy us. The only destruction we honestly had from 9/11 was our reaction to it.
And that therein lies the problem. That's how you get a civil war is
But
you
a
turn
civil
the
war
people
would
against each other.
a civil war would destroy us.
Of course it would. Would it kill us to open a window? Would that kill us?
you?
Oh my goodness. I know it's 50 degrees outside.
Are you really that hot?
Look at me. I'm shiny. I'm shiny.
She's glistening.
I'm sweating is what I'm doing.
That's just the numbers, O'Malley May. That's just the numbers. They've ran the numbers on what level. So, and they're all flocking to Democrat areas.
They
So
really are.
they're-
They're going to the
they're all
Democrat
going
cities.
to Democrat-run cities.
And
None of them are
that's-
coming. Like none of them are coming out here to Tooele. None of them. None of them want to run here where there's no support. There's no like big welfare system that's gonna throw money at you or
I
anything
think
else.
it's more than that. I think it's even before Abbott started busing them, the U.S. government was busing them.
Yep.
And they were busing them to blue cities because redistricting would be happening, and it gives them a stronghold in
And
the
it's-
voting.
and it's about getting those congressional numbers up.
Yes.
Did California lost how many seats did they lose? Was it 4?
You asked me this before, and I
I ask you every
don't
time.
remember.
And I think California lost 4 seats last census for the last census vote. I think they lost 4 and New York lost 2. And California's had a loss of more people since then. And New York's had a loss of more people since
yeah,
then.
mass exodus after.
So New York
2020.
and California are looking at losing people. Texas gained 2 and Florida gained 2, which I don't know how that numbers work when 6 are lost and only
well,
4
the people
gained.
that left California went to Texas, but they also went to Utah.
They went to other
Idaho,
places,
Colorado.
but
And
but
then
it's still
New York went to Florida. A lot of those people, but they also went to maybe South Carolina
yep.
and hit some other.
Yeah, so they disperse themselves, but I still don't think that works. You think you should have, if we're going to have representation, it needs to be representation for X amount of people, and they need to figure that out. But
We get
either way.
accused of gerrymandering here in the state all the
I
time.
know.
When the census did come out, I sat
Everywhere-
through every redistricting meeting,
everywhere
And-
gerrymanders to some point.
but I'm trying to explain, like,
yeah,
our county is getting so large, and we have been fighting for over a decade, almost 15 years, to get our own senator. Instead, we're divided with 2 senators at the House.
yeah.
So, at the Capitol, we thought, why are we boxed in with Box Elder? For one senator, he's covering Box Elder and Cache, and he's in Tooele County for a little piece, and then the rest of us is through Salt Lake. I mean, we are not the same as. I mean, we're a little bit like Box Elder. We're a little bit like Cache.
Box Elder's rural. A lot of it, most of it's more rural than we are.
But again,
But
we
we're
have-
not anything like West Valley.
we missed it. We missed the opportunity to get
But-
our own senator.
Also, I would like to, in my dream, my utopia, I think you need a left wing and a right wing at the same time.
No, I agree. I think that
think
every
you-
voice should be represented is the best of our ability. We have some Democrats out in our county, but we have a majority of independents, and I'd like to see
One of those.
a couple of different folks, but sorry. We're looking at like Salt Lake City. They got divided up too. Their districts were
Yeah.
divided up too. And that gave more Democrat seats.
There's that show I watched. It was so interesting. It broke down. You can usually tell people's political affiliation by how they feel about bureaucracy in the workforce and what kind of jobs they go for and things like that. But Mallory says it has changed in this valley. You need to come spend time in Salt Lake County. I avoid that.
That
I
is
do.
really rude, Mallory. How dare you?
I hate Salt Lake County. I hate the cities. I hate them. They're death traps. You need to run away.
We live in a bubble out here, yes, but it's a bubble
says-
that we have created.
She says
and
we are a
it's by design.
we are a sanctuary state. Well, I don't know if we've ever been declared a sanctuary
Not
state.
officially declared.
And I don't think the city has even declared itself a sanctuary city. They've operated like it. But when it comes to deporting people, that's a federal matter. So while it's a federal matter, unless you want states to start pushing the feds out, everywhere is sanctuary because the state picks someone up. Let's say pick a random state. We'll call it the state of Herfendorfer. the state of Herfendorfer picks up an illegal immigrant and brings him in. And then what's the next step towards deportation? They hand him over to the feds. And then the feds deal with that. If the feds aren't going to deport people,
And
you're a sanctuary.
I have to add, though, Utah was known for being a sanctuary state a lot because of the church. Now, the Mormon church, for those that aren't from Utah, that's the church here. But see, that the church also didn't just
or
say,
the people who South Park say was
come
right.
here. They sponsored these people, a lot of them, and they got them jobs and they got them involved in the community. So, I mean, they were doing it. They were trying to do it
When was
legally with
this?
visas over the last 50 years.
Really, the Mormon church has. I know the Catholic Services of Utah. I've interviewed them, and they're big into that. And
They all churches are.
yeah, and
But you want, at least if you're going to have somebody in your town that you want to know who they are. And so the church does. It gets their paperwork, starts their visas, whatever. And then they want to make sure they're not using, I mean, in the old days, they weren't even able to get welfare if they were non-documented.
now that's the trick. That's what I've been trying to say all along. The best way to deal with immigration is restrict services to immigrants. You just, that way you get the immigrants that are come here and perform, that can come here and build a life. You just, hey, you're
But
coming
you
to the U.S.
Also get immigrants who flood the ERs. And
That's why I say you
who
restrict-
are filled with homeless shelters because they still would rather be homeless in the United States than living in Mexico.
You restrict services. They would rather be homeless, not in Utah, not this time of year.
No.
That's a cold
But
number.
they don't
right
realize. They don't realize when they're coming to the States that it's
But
cold.
you'll
It's cold.
always have immigrants in California, Arizona, New Mexico,
Yeah, Vegas.
mostly Texas. You know, you'll always have that. That will always, but those are people that come over and perform. You just restrict positive versus negative rights. You've got to restrict positive rights.
Well, you've listened to groups that discuss how they get on welfare. I mean, they don't even,
Yeah.
at this point, the coyotes are telling them exactly what
Oh
to do.
yeah.
Before
Oh
they
yeah.
even get here, they
They've-
give them a list of things they need to
they've
do when
probably
they get
got
here.
Classes wherever that someone teaches.
The
like they-
Mexican government probably teaches because part of their GDP, a large part, comes from immigrants here in the United States.
Well,
sending money
actually-
back home.
actually we don't get a large number of immigrants from Mexico anymore.
I'm just saying, from back
But
in the day.
Haiti, yeah, back in the day, sure.
Before, when you couldn't get welfare as an immigrant. You couldn't vote in local races. California changed that. Where
Mhm.
immigrants, undocumented,
New York's in the process of changing that right now.
slippery slope.
Telling you, but I'm just, again, maybe they are an invasion, but my big concern right now is I don't know. Here's just, I'm going to lay this out. I don't think that the culture we live in right now, regardless, survives the 2024 election.
Okay, are we going to talk about the fact that a court of prosecutor deemed our own president unable to go to trial because he's not got the mental capacity to?
There's that. We've got,
That
you know,
is
you know that Trump
insane.
case where that crazy lady said that he assaulted her? Let me lay this out in super layman's terms.
She literally described an
there's-
SVU episode.
Hold on, no, there's two types of trials involved with this. You have the trial to find him guilty, and you have the trial.
It's all civil. It's
And
not
you had
even
the civil
criminal.
trial to charge him after he's found guilty. They knew they couldn't find him guilty, so they went forward with the civil trial and put the guilty trial back here.
And there's no evidence. So
And
they'll
then they're
never
going
be
to
able
use, watch this. They're going to use the civil trial as part of evidence in the trial whether he's guilty. We have reached insanity land.
And people, if you don't think this could happen to you, It can.
What's
Justice Center, the Justice Department
it couldn't though.
absolutely.
This is the first time it's ever happened this way.
And they're setting precedents.
I know it's insane.
So when your son gets accused of raping somebody,
no,
but this person
no.
has no evidence.
No, when
can't
your
remember
son
the
gets
day,
taken to
the year.
claims court for raping
No, but I'm saying
somebody
that's what the court
and then
was-
has to pay a fine.
Stop. That's
And
what I'm getting at. That's what
then-
this civil matter, because there's no evidence. She has no memory of the day or when it happened. There's no witnesses. She described a dress that hadn't even been invented yet. And she's an absolute crazy
Lunatic.
person. And then you get your child or your husband or you're accused of something. There's no evidence that a prosecutor would ever touch it, but a lawyer will sure touch it.
Oh, sure.
And then take it to civil, and then you lose your money and your livelihood
And then
over crap.
And then the civil lawsuit is used as evidence in the criminal lawsuit in reverse.
That is so against our
But no,
Constitution.
I just
it is
don't-
a joke.
I don't know. Let's just gameplay this out. Okay. Biden is destroying our economy. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's no question about it. He is destroying our economy. He just is. All the decisions he made right off the start,
I don't think
the
he
the
made any of
decisions-
those.
the decisions he's made throughout, the decision with the border. It's an economic destroyer. He's
You
just
mean the
doing it.
people pulling his strings.
Okay, you're 100% correct on that, but this administration is destroying our
And by
economy.
destroying our economy, and by doing all of this, the end game is that you need the government.
Well, here's the question: if he
Empowering the
wins, do you think the Republicans won? The Republicans are already world renowned right now for trusting elections, right?
No,
So
absolutely.
he
not.
wins. Do you think the Republicans sit down and take it?
Do I think they will? Probably.
I don't
Do
know.
I think they should?
I don't think that, but if they don't, what are we looking at?
Well, we're looking at an overhaul, and it has to be. The problem is you cannot.
Are we looking
You
at
cannot take
violence?
You cannot use the federal government to run elections in every state. I mean, they want to do that.
But what are we looking at if the Republicans don't take it? What are we looking at?
Strongly worded letters, of course.
That okay. Now let's say Orange Man wins. Do you think the Democrats are just going to let buildings in their inner city stand and not
Oh,
be
no. They'll
and
destroy
not
their
become
own
kindling?
towns.
Yeah.
They're like Philly after winning a Super Bowl. Just
But
destroy their own
do you
towns.
think that the media is just going to sit down and not going to be a part of the CIA and the FBI cooking up the
We're
next
back
thing he
to
did?
2016 through 2020. That's what
So,
happens again.
I
This
don't know,
time,
but this is what I'm
The
saying.
American people are fed up.
This is what I'm saying. I don't see our current society making it through 2024. I don't see it.
What do you see? What does that look like?
I don't know. Kendall Keys says you need
That's a separate thing.
Oh,
Mr. Producer, if you would just text her that we are doing a live podcast.
send
right
her the
now.
show.
Yeah, till 6 p.m.
I don't see us coming out of the other side.
What does it look like?
I
Not coming
don't
out the other
know.
side? Does it look like the end of civilization, where we're back to colonial days?
No,
and
no.
sporadic? Like, you got to
No.
explain yourself.
I see.
Sorry, I'm a little nauseous.
Are
Sorry.
you?
Yeah, but I think it's just the heat.
The heat.
I know I'm weird.
I know.
I got a body temperature that is probably so hot.
So hot. No, what I see is, I don't know. All right. Okay. Someone we've got to get him to quit touching buttons. What I see, I don't know. Civil War.
We're not muted now, are we?
No.
So what does civil war look like? Is it states joined together, borders created?
Well, so happened in our last Civil War. Of course, this one,
National
this one,
Guard?
I don't think it'll be like that. I think it'll be more of a class civil war, like all the other civil wars we've seen. Aside, it'll be Syria is kind of a class civil war, class and religious ethnic civil war. Egypt was a class civil war.
And Fred, hi Fred. No late stage republic recovers from this.
No, maybe it'll be like Rome.
How quickly in the whole world, in all the time the world has existed and governments have existed, how quickly would this put the light of America out? Only given us a couple hundred years.
Well, in Rome, it actually made Rome stronger for another 150 years.
It fell.
It made them officially an empire.
And they learned nothing.
Oh, we learned nothing.
Right. This is what I'm saying. Like what O'Malley says, it'll be hell on earth. Well, I mean, what does that look like? Are we all held up in our houses? Are we held up at our borders for states?
I don't know.
Is it red states against blue states?
No, I think it'll be.
Is it the people versus the federal government? Is our military
There'll be a lot of
taking
that.
action against citizens?
Looking at it historically is it will be classes of people. So right now, the Republicans are for nobody. They've been for nobody for a while. They still want to be for the ultra wealthy businessmen.
I absolutely disagree.
But
you're talking about deep state type Republicans, right? You're not talking
I'm
about
talking about the
regular Republican.
I'm talking
folks.
about the Republican Party.
Well, Rona Downhill's out.
Sure. And when
we've got
we'll see
someone
what
new
happens
in.
next. But she's doing the same thing the person before her did, and the person before him did, and the person before him did. So
Hey, I want Fred to call in.
but let me finish my statement here because you keep cutting me down. So
I apologize. for
I
that.
know. What I'm saying is the Republicans really have no base they're shooting for. You've got Donald Trump, which is shooting for kind of the blue collar populist movement.
And the America First movement.
That's kind of the same. And then you've got the Democrat Party shoots for that college educated, it's all college educated, the laptop class, some people call it, the managerial class. And that's all every law they write is in protection of them. And the Republicans are on their back foot. So anytime they write a law as a Republican, it's
reactionary.
Well, or it's a tax credit to try to foster back support of the wealthy businessmen. Or
it's a tax credit to try to get businesses to hire more of the
Sure.
blue collar.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I know this tax credit thing gets a bad rap because I'm not saying it's not, because it did. It boosted our economy. But in black and white, it reads like it's a bad thing. So what we're going to look at is it'll probably be like a populist rural movement against cities. The only question is which side does the military go to? Because if whatever side the military goes to, that side wins every time.
I think the military, and I hope the military will side with the Constitution and the rights of the people.
Good.
But they may also be divided.
And I'm not going to put this in flowery terms. Fred is calling. It's the military will side as it stands today with conservatives. But
I hope so.
If the conservatives are goaded into doing something bad, that's what'll change it.
Something stupid.
Put Fred in.
Yes. And our Mr. Producer is trying for the first time. So be good to our call screener folks.
Be gentle on him. All right.
Hi, guys. I got
Fred.
I got
All
Fred.
right,
I also have Carson. Carson's listening in. So go ahead, Fred. Ask him to talk to our hosts.
Yeah. Hi, Fred.
Can you guys hear me?
We
Yes,
can.
sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear.
Yes, we can hear you, Fred.
Oh, I wonder if he's getting echo. Are you getting echo, Fred?
I am, but I'll fight through it.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hey. It's a lot better now.
Okay.
Good.
I wanted you to call in because we are doing a test, and I wanted you to call in because I'd like your perspective on this, especially where law enforcement's concerned. And in the event of a civil war, I think you could add some insight. I mean, law enforcement, military, they kind of fall in the same type of person who's a public servant.
Well, everything.
Oh,
Go
Fred.
ahead, Fred.
So just so you know, on the test, you guys, everything you said, Holly, about 10 seconds after, you said it again, and you were talking over yourself. So that's how your test is going.
No. Okay. Well, we're working on it. Okay. You just talk and we're going to listen.
Okay. So Civil War, cops and military, that's all I heard.
Your perspective. Dwayne, maybe you could tell him what I'm trying to say.
Fred, how do you think the country's going to look after the 2024 election?
Okay, guys, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop him and have him call back. Okay. Because with all three of us on the phone, that's our problem. We got our intern working today. So
yeah, we got the intern working. Well, Mallory wants to call in, so let's have Mallory call in.
But I think what he's trying to say is we're trying to figure out how those two phones. That's probably the problem.
Oh.
And Dwayne, is there a way for you to put it through to our intern rather than your phone? Can you forward it?
Because what I did was I merged the two calls, and that's why Fred was getting echo.
I gotcha. So can we try Fred again by using just the one call?
Yes, let's try it.
Excellent.
Hang on. I'm going to disappear. You guys go ahead, and then we'll try it again.
No problem.
Okay.
Hey, Mallory, nothing against you. I'm just wanting to get Fred on because he never calls in. And two, our new call screener is getting some experience. And I'm also extremely curious from a law enforcement perspective because they do fall under the military style of service. And I want to know for law enforcement what it looks like. Does half of our police force go one side and the other half goes another? I know law enforcement officers who are Democrats. And I also know many who are Republicans, far more of the latter. But
I can tell you in the Russian Revolution, it was the Navy that made the deciding force. And then they brought the army in on their side. And that's why the Reds won.
Okay. But that's it. What does it look like for the United States of America? And then to get more local. What does it look like for Utah? What does it look like for Tooele County? And Fred can actually maybe add.
That's a funny comment there at the end.
How the hell can any Leo be a Democrat? Trust me, I had the same question.
Maybe they still see the Democrats as the Democrats of like the 60s.
Or maybe they see
like they read a history book when they were young.
People need laws to protect themselves from themselves.
Could be.
Maybe there's a lot of officers out there that don't think the regular person should own
maybe
a firearm.
They misspelled Republican.
No.
Maybe they couldn't read.
Okay.
All right, Fred.
Let's try this again.
We'll see if it works this time. I've got a whole bunch of call screener boxes open. So they'll have to pick one. Okay. I'm sure there's... Is that better, Fred?
let's try this. Let's see if this is better. Go ahead, Fred.
Okay, gang, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's much better.
Okay, good.
Okay, my question to you, Fred, was in the event, and how do you see it working where law enforcement is a lot like the military in their will to serve and protect the Constitution? What do you see happening nationally, statewide, locally? Do we lose half of our law enforcement and goes one way, or do you think they would bind together and go another, or how do you see that happening in the event of a civil war?
Well, in the event of a civil war, everybody's going to have to choose their side. And there's no question that there are leftists in the rank and file of law enforcement. They exist. How that can be, I don't understand, because the thought process is quite different.
Yeah.
But younger generation and all the indoctrination, it's going to be different.
Yeah. Do you visualize a police force using weapons on their own citizens because you may have a lefty administrator who gives an order, or do you see them choosing sides and either walking away from the job or directly going against an order and in their own brother or sister in law enforcement?
First of all, if things get really chaotic, each officer is going to have to decide, do I need to go home and protect my family, or should I stay at work and protect the community? And it's all going to depend upon how bad it is, whether they make that decision. Then if things split up, then each officer is going to have to decide which side they're on. Now, I myself, to shoot another officer, are you kidding me? That would be a very difficult thing to me, right up until the point they shoot at me first. And then the old military need kicks in, and it's a different game now.
How wild would that have been in 1860, and you're fighting against guys you went to West Point with, your classmates?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's a lot to think about, isn't it?
Your own brother.
That's what they did. That's an ugly thing. You had brothers fighting against each other. It was horrible.
Yeah, it's insane. But I don't know. What are your thoughts? Do you think we make it through this 2024 election?
The problem with asking me that question is I've been studying Daniel and Genesis and the Apocrypha this week, and so I don't know. I'm not so sure what's going to happen this year and at what point some of the prophecies will occur. Hopefully we have a little bit of a pause before it gets too crazy. And, the reality is I think Donald Trump's absolutely going to win no matter what, hands down.
Uh-huh.
However, if they have the cheating system still in place, he will not win.
Well, here's the question. If he wins, do you think that we have peace?
I think we have peace.
Yes, I do, because I do not believe his enemies are bold enough to do anything other than terrorist hits, small terrorist hits, which is something that we can deal with.
Fred, I know in my experience with law enforcement, in my own personal experience, I saw Donald Trump had a lot of support from law enforcement because he in turn was giving law enforcement support. And even the Summer of Love, that wasn't people against Trump. That was people acting out over law enforcement. And do
you remember Trump's inauguration, 2016 or 2017? You remember what they did in DC?
Yes.
They screamed at the sky.
No, they burnt buildings down.
Yeah, because burning your own city.
They rioted and burned the town.
They burned their own community down like they always do.
I want to mention this. You said we can deal with terrorist actions, but historically, the United States has dealt with terrorist actions awfully. We don't have a historic record of absorbing terrorist actions. We have a record of
philosophy on how I have my own philosophy on how we should react to terrorist hits, and it comes clear back from when I was at Fort Huachuca, Arizona, when I was just a young pup, and we were studying terrorism and terrorist counteraction. The goal is to create mistrust in your government and fear in the people. The best thing we can do if we take losses from terrorist hits is to wake up the next day and be more productive than we were the previous day. That is the
That's
best
right.
terrorism.
You remember?
If we become less productive, they got what they were shooting for.
Right.
You remember when Ron Paul tried putting that law in that we can't react to a terrorist reaction for 28 days, that we can't do anything? We have to sit. We can't write any laws. We can't impose any warfare for 28 days.
We remember Obama was telling him, even in action, you're not allowed to shoot at a terrorist.
Well, no, I'm
unless they
saying
shoot
that
you first.
would have been the best thing ever, because what did they do on our last terrorist hit? Well, they put in the Patriot Act, and they restricted our rights, and they started surveilling us, and they took away as many amendments as they could, either openly or secretly, as they could.
And
Fourth Amendment went away.
They talked martial law, and martial law was like first brought up that the president can enforce martial law. That should terrify every American.
Well, just what happened? The Patriot Act should terrify you.
It does.
Right now, they are listening to your phone. They're just doing it.
I hope they're watching our show.
As for terrorist activity in 2024, I don't believe it's a matter of if. It's just a matter of time before we start seeing some significant terrorist action inside our borders. And I've been saying this for 3.5 years when they opened the borders. There are so many terrorist cells in this country right now. And it only takes 5 to 8 guys and somebody to fund them and someone with a plan, and you've got yourself a terrorist action.
Well, I'm going to lay out.
And a few members of the FBI.
Well, I'm going to lay out what I think they're going to do is I think they're going to do what they did in Chad or Chaz or Chop, whatever they call it, and what they did down in Atlanta and at the Wendy's and all that. And I think they're going to do such actions against federal courthouses and federal officers to where the feds respond to heighten up more incidents of more contact. And they're going to keep doing that. And they're going to do it. I think we're going to see the left, if Trump wins, we're going to see the left do it through riotous means, trying to go to reaction out of law enforcement, to demonize law enforcement more. I think the media is going to be completely on board with it. And if Biden wins,
I 100% agree.
And if Biden wins, because I'm not that concerned about terrorist operations. I'm just not. I'm hoping the Republicans have woken up to it, but they'll prove me wrong. Don't worry about it. They have in the past. And if Biden wins, I think they'll continue down this path of economic suicide, just to where that's how we're going to die under economic suicide, and more like the Roman Republic did, or the Roman Empire did, from how do I say this without sounding crazy, but from dilution of our forces, where the Democrats want to bring semi-legal or illegal immigrants onto police forces. They want to give them a path to citizenship through the military. I mean, that's the same way the Roman Empire did it. That's how they died, you know.
Can I add something? And to Fred's point, that it's not if, it's when. When we have had, and we just talked about this 2 weeks ago, when we have our air marshals at the border taking care of illegal immigrants, when we have our federal buildings no longer being protected by law enforcement because those people are down at the border, we've created a perfect storm for terrorism. And then when we have these ones that are caught off the watch list, but the ones who are not caught, the problem is the Summer of Love and Chad and all that stuff was a way to get back at law enforcement and put law enforcement in danger, highly in danger.
You know what I think it really was?
But let me finish the thought.
Oh, yes.
But Trump was unapologetic about his support for law enforcement and for the fact that this is not going to stand. Now, COVID was happening. He couldn't do a lot. But when officers were put, when you had Obama take office, within the first year, you got Officer Crowley, his name was James Crowley, who is having to have the beer summit at the White House because he was called to a breaking and entering call on a black professor because people thought a black man was breaking into the house. The officer was doing his job. He was respectful, but it was under Obama that there was this huge rush to defund the police. And then you've got the riots happening outside of St. Louis, and you've got all of these things, are perfect storm now where you add terrorism, and I'm including people like Antifa, homegrown terrorism. And I think that regardless of who's elected, they have to have somebody that is the bad guy. And I think the Democrats are quick to make it law enforcement. And so I worry that very fact that we would have our law enforcement being in danger again without a President Trump. And
I think Chaz and Chop, I think they were trying to goad Trump into reacting with force.
Sure. Yeah.
I think they wanted him to. That's why they kept attacking the federal courthouse.
But then they did the opposite and said, stand down. And yet our federal buildings are burned. People were in danger in Chad. Women were raped. People were hurt.
They wanted the feds to try to enforce that because they wanted to call Trump a dictator.
Right. And
they were trying to goad him into action.
Those were states' jobs to handle it.
No, Trump handled that well, or his lawyers told him to. However that played out, that was handled correctly.
Sorry. Go on, Fred.
Back to your original questions. The problem we have is our world is so much more complex and chaotic right now. There is no way anyone can predict what would happen. This could go any number of directions at any number of levels. I think as individuals, we should stay positive. If you have a faith, keep the faith. If you have any kind of spiritual beliefs, live by those. And we need to become better people. We need to not be such an immoral society. We need to just be better people. That is the only way out of this.
Mm-hmm.
So true.
I think everyone should vote independent because the only way we make it out is if one of them crazy third parties win. Because I don't see how we survive.
They haven't put up a good candidate, in my opinion.
Nobody's put up a good candidate. They're just a little.
It's bigger than Trump now.
Yeah,
it's not just about Trump. Trump represents America First principles. And yes, there are people who treat him like he's a god.
But
and all
for
of
the other side, it's about Trump.
Yes,
and for our side, it's about Biden.
No, for our side, it's
about I got to tell you something. Today I was asked what my political standing was, and I said I'm a Republican, but I'm a registered Republican, but I'm actually probably more of a libertarian. And see how you, Jared, you have changed my thinking in the couple of years I've known you.
I'm glad to hear that.
Fred, we hate to lose you. You are still.
Don't worry. The libertarians aren't going to steal him because they'll ruin that quickly.
No, I feel the same way.
He'll remain a Republican.
I like libertarian ideals.
We're still going to have the best attended caucus meeting in my neighborhood this year.
I
Good.
have no doubt. Fred, thank you for your work and your support. And I'm so excited that you're going to be at the Lincoln Day dinner.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so excited.
So did you get a phone call from the gentleman that's running against Celeste Malloy?
I have not yet.
His name is Colby Meekum, and you might shoot me, but I gave him your phone number. I said he was asking me about, do you guys have town hall meetings in Tooele? And I said, yep. And this is the person who sets them up.
Excellent.
Phone number.
Good.
Great. In fact, please
I
tell
think
him.
he would be on your podcast in a heartbeat too. His name's Colby Meekum.
Well, we have Celeste. Is it Toby or Colby?
Colby with a C, Charlie, and he is a retired colonel from the Army, and he was in Special Forces the entire time, and he is a stud. But
is he a Republican?
Oh yeah.
He said he was in Special Forces.
Okay, why I asked this is because Fred, anytime if you get anybody that you talk to, thank you. Send them my way. My job is to my job as your party chair is to make sure that you get to meet every candidate. We are going to have Celeste Malloy on the show.
13th?
No. The 23rd.
23rd. It's sometime.
And I know we don't like to put candidates for the same seat on the same show. We like to give them their own show, but have him get in touch with me.
We're open next week.
He also will need to know details about Lincoln Day. That is one candidate I don't have information for. So if you don't mind sharing his contact with me, I'll reach out to him. But Jared's going to be at Lincoln Day, right?
Yeah. There's food. Of course I'm going to be there.
And at Lincoln Day, I also think that it would be really great for us to use the mobile mic and go around to each candidate's booth and we go live. Now I'll be back and forth.
So while I eat, you go around.
No, this is before dinner. But I'll be kind of going back and forth. But I think we interview each of these candidates and we'll go live on the show. And that'll be a Saturday night show.
Are you going to have the mayor sing again?
I should ask her.
You should. She's, holy cow, Tooele's mayor can sing.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Debbie's awesome.
I was struck dumb. But, hey, Fred, on a side note, what do you think about all these Green Berets getting into government? There's a lot of it right now, especially on state governments. I know what do you got? That Nick Freitas, he's a Green Beret. He's state government in Virginia, fighting for gun rights there. You've got Ohio.
With Bo Kreitz back in the day. He was the first one to really launch politics.
Did he get into politics all the way?
Yeah, but he got voted out pretty quick, but because he was very extreme. But his whole thing was corruption in the government, and the wrong things that they made him and his people do.
Well, do you also remember he had a big part to play in Ruby Ridge? Yeah. He's the guy who brought Weaver out of there. Picture Ruby Ridge from the Weaver side. All they know is they started getting shot at. His wife got shot holding the baby, standing in his doorway. Like, not even in his doorway. She was inside the house. She was out of view of lawn.
Was that the ATF that was in that?
It's the FBI that did the shooting.
Hey, Fred, we should let you get back to the show with us. But I have to thank you. I have to thank you for your service. I especially thank you for your support here on the show and your friendship to both Jared and I. You're one of the good ones. And I really appreciate knowing you. And I look forward to seeing you guys.
Yeah. Fred, we need to meet up for breakfast soon.
Or dinner at Lincoln Day.
Me and Fred had a good thing going. We'd meet up for breakfast, shoot the breeze.
Well, I want to go sometime, as long as you don't go to breakfast like in the morning.
You'd be.
I'm more of a brunch person.
We need a place in town that has a good brunch, don't we?
Yeah, we need one of those where they serve. What are those mojitos? Yeah, mojitos. That's a brunch drink, isn't it?
Is it always a drinking breakfast with you guys?
No, never. But if you're throwing brunch at it,
I say brunch basically only for the time and the fact that I can order anything other than breakfast
mimosas. That's the one. I don't even know what a mimosa is.
It's champagne and orange juice.
That's it?
Mm-hmm.
And people like that a lot?
I don't know why.
Oh.
I love a Bloody Mary.
Yeah, that's a breakfast drink right there.
Thank you, Fred. Please
Thanks, Fred.
Stay on with us and keep sharing your comments. Your insight is great. And I think you can provide a lot of maybe some confidence in people that we don't all have to be terrified when we know there's law enforcement out there like yourself that care about the community, you care about the Constitution, and you will do what it takes to make sure that the priorities are met, whether it be all of our families in the community or your own. And you come from a place that is, you are a public servant at heart, and you have faith, and you've got an amazing family, and you've been really, really a great friend. So we appreciate you.
Well, I say,
I should have recorded all that so I can play it to my wife.
Well, that's okay. The show, you can just show her this section of the show.
I think what we'll do, Fred, is you and I will go wake Holly up one day in an appropriate breakfast time.
Yeah, like at 11 a.m. My own husband knows not to wake me up.
Whatever.
I'm not a morning person.
Okay.
All right, I gotta go, guys. You have a nice
All right,
week.
Fred, have a good one. Be safe, brother.
You too, friend.
All right, Mallory. We've got Mallory coming on.
Hang on. I'm going to drop her in. Here she comes. Hang on.
He's switching stuff around. I dig it.
You guys go ahead, talk for a minute, and I'll bring Mallory in because.
That sounds great. What is on the agenda? Do we have a guest today?
Nope.
After? Okay, so we're going to go over news.
It's just you and me shooting the breeze, and all I planned about was talking about this.
I was kind of interested in maybe talking about Tucker Carlson's interview.
Did you watch it? I didn't watch it.
I haven't.
That's why I'm not talking about it.
Snippets of it.
Yeah.
I just meant the overall of it all. Because if I could just say, I think it's laughable that the left sits and accuses Tucker Carlson of being a traitor for interviewing a president of a nation when every single one of the press is, over the years have all interviewed him, but they just quit interviewing him when the war started. I think they're doing a disservice. I
think the left will call Tucker Carlson bad and evil no matter what.
But of course, Putin is going to use propaganda on the American people.
Uh-huh.
That I get. And he's in their country, so I would be very careful if I'm Tucker Carlson not to upset Putin, because we all know he is a dangerous person if you get on his radar. I mean, buildings, you tend to you fall off them and out of them whenever you piss him off. So there's that. But
you get shot, you get that plutonium needle in the butt.
To Tucker for going there. Everyone's interviewed Zelensky.
Oh, I dig it.
And I appreciate some of the things, the history.
I know everyone wants to interview Act Blues #1.
Putin he gave a lot of historic information. I did hear that part where he's talking about the history of Russia, and
maybe we should watch it and then talk about it next week.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
But
Mallory's here. You want to talk to her?
One second. I do that with the absolute disclaimer that I know there's a lot of propaganda in that interview put out by Putin, and I am by no means a huge Putin supporter, but I'm by no means a Zelensky supporter either. I don't want to be involved at all. That's just me. Go ahead, Mallory.
Hey guys.
What's up, Mal?
Fred, thank you for your comments. What?
What's up, Mal?
Okay, so Fred, oh, God bless Fred. He is such a good guy and such a good person, and me and him talk all the time, and I just love his perspectives. His perspectives are invaluable. But he's, he's the nice guy on this topic. The last 2 weeks, the information that I have seen and heard and caught up, I had to do some catching up after the SHOT Show, and a lot happened when I was there. So, to me, I'm at the point where there's no way to put this nicely anymore. Okay? I am swinging the sword of truth indiscriminately. Okay? It's coming. It is coming.
No swear words, but tell us.
The decay is too far, has gone too far in our society and in every single institution. Every single one. So, you better wake up. There's a story in the Old Testament about Moses. All the Israelites, they got bitten by snakes. And Moses went to God and said, hey man, we could use some help here. And God gave him instructions that I'm sure seemed very strange and totally out there. Why the hell would you have me raise a serpent up on a stick? And that's going to heal the people? But the story is, anyone who chooses to look upon it will be healed, will be redeemed. Now, we know that story was prophetic of Jesus on the cross, our redemption, our kinsman redeemer, right? We know that. But look at the story. Those who are willing to consider, those who are just swallowing your pride, swallowing your ego, and just consider that perhaps everything that you think you know is bullshit.
Okay. Remember.
Consider that society will fall. Consider that this whole society that we live in, chaos lies just beneath the surface.
Right.
All right. They don't necessarily have to. Just think, a small group of these cells, when they get activated, okay, if they take over they could just take over our power stations. Okay, we have that substation that controls 7 states here. Now, if they just take over our substations and just turn it off, you're looking at absolute chaos.
Yep, satellites too.
Now, you got to understand that these wars that are going on, they will do nothing but grow. They will, at some point, explode. They don't get smaller. They get bigger. And you have to remember that we are being destroyed by all these people in power right now. The U.S. government is funding all of this. They are orchestrating all of this because they hate this country and they hate you.
And it's both parties, right?
Believers in global government. That is what they believe. That is what they are orchestrating. So if you can't swallow your pride and your ego and look up and consider that everything you know is about to change, you will perish, as the Israelites did, who couldn't swallow their pride to look upon the serpent on the stick. Okay, that is the meaning that is relevant to us in this story. And I cannot tell you the sense of urgency that I feel watching all of this decay. Okay, Governor Abbott is a WEF stooge. He is on the website. You can look it up. Governor Cox was absolutely happy to jump on board. It is all a show, or it's a trap. What are you going to do? Go down there and arrest migrants? No. Okay? They can walk a half a mile down the road. Their videos are online. The gate is wide open and unattended. And all those soldiers that are at Eagle Pass have rifles that have no bullets in them. It's all crap. Do not fall for it. Turn off Fox News. Turn off all the media. They're trying to hype you up and make you do something and fall into these traps. The best thing you can do is prepare.
Right at home, right?
Yeah.
Instead of traveling out and going and being part of that trap,
Well,
prepare at home.
leave cities also, Mallory.
Yeah.
Well, some people can't leave cities. They don't have the ability.
Got to escape the cities.
Yeah.
Those are the death traps.
You will die.
The cities are the death traps.
What are you going to do for water in the city? How are you going to get clean water? How are all these people going to get clean water in the city?
Well, how are you going to have any sense of security or protection in a city that if the government does see over like a civil war happening in downtown Salt Lake, sometimes their only recourse is to send the military in, which could mean bombs, which could mean tons of casualties that are innocent people. Cities are a cluster full of people, and those. I don't know how you can fall. Mallory, does your dad live outside of the city, or is he also in the city?
We don't need to talk about what Paul's got going on right now.
You don't have to say his name, but I'm curious if you have a plan where you are moving your family in an emergency. Do you have a plan to go outside of city limits?
We've had a plan my entire life.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Paul used to build bomb shelters for people.
Yeah, but I want to know if she's going to be safe.
That's our business. No, that's our business. Okay, but if you want to learn, man, you call me.
Paul's
and there's plenty of
probably got redundancy upon redundancy.
All I'm asking is Mallory and your family, you guys would be okay. You could go someplace out of the city or out of the county.
Okay, but you got to listen. So if you listen to Michael Yon, okay, everybody look up everything Michael Yon has to say, because he has been screaming this from the rooftops for 3 years. He is an expert on how all this works. Pestilence, famine, war, all of this stuff ties together. Okay, you got to study him. He's an expert. He's boots on the ground. He is watching this happen. He will get on any platform that will take him. Mine is Joe Rogan, and I loved his recent comments about Joe Rogan. But
reach out to him and invite him on our show, or give us his contacts. I'll invite him.
He'll talk he was on with We the People. He is fantastic. But you got to understand that once these cities die, people are going to learn too late that they need to leave the city if they survive. So what happens is they go outside of the city to the rural areas. Okay, but these rural cities are going to figure that real quick, and they're going to shut off the roads. All right, so these rural cities have a much better chance because they can align with each other. They have resources, they have water, but city people are going to figure that out, and they're going to move outwards, and they've done it. This is historical fact in war. Okay, they move to the outside. So if you don't band together with your community, you will be taken over. Okay, anyone who does not have food and water and guns are looters, and they will do anything to protect and feed their family. They will do anything.
Hi, Mom.
You've go to plain instinct. What wouldn't
Absolutely.
you do? You will. And so I'm a person. My family are people that don't want to do horrible things to people. Okay, so we've thought about this for a long time. But I know a lot of good people. I love people. I love the good people that I know, and they are not ready. And I cannot lift their rose-colored glasses off of their faces because the truth is too terrifying for them to consider. But you must do it.
Mallory,
and I absolutely have hope and faith. I do. I really do. But
I have a question, Mallory. In this potential now politically and where we are in the world with civil war and everything, do you see it being bigger than that? Good versus evil, potentially the second coming, or something as big as that?
I have studied scripture heavily for years.
I know that.
A very unusual person. I'll dive in 40 to 80 hours a week while I work. I listen to a lot of material. I do a lot of audio. And the more I learn, the more I know I don't know anything. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's so many layers of meanings in all this, and it's fascinating. But no, I don't. But at the same time, I don't get rapturitis is what my flavor of Christianity that I believe. I don't stick my feet up on the hills and say, well, Jesus is gonna come any day now, so I'm just gonna stop what I'm doing. No, I don't believe. But
no, I don't think that you would stop. I'm just wondering if you see this as something bigger than merely humans behaving badly in desperation, or do you see this as something much bigger that the Bible has told us is upon us or will be?
Okay, let's look at the facts. Let's look at what we do know. Now, is the U.S. government funding all these immigrants, including Governor Abbott and the Florida governor, DeSantis? They were busing these immigrants all over the country. And the right and Fox News were like, ha ha, now they have to suffer it. They were celebrating it. I was not celebrating that. No, they should have been turned away. And I know I have met these refugees and migrants. Okay. And
Sure.
the ones I met were wonderful. They were nice. I saved them in a snowstorm. And they didn't speak a lick of English, but God, were they wonderful girls. Okay. They were.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
What?
Can
What?
DeSantis or Abbott, can any governor deport people?
Not under this administration.
Not under any. It's
Well, they can call ICE, but this
They can,
administration will
but-
not.
so the reason I agree with that is within their power, what they can do is they can buy buses.
Yep, and they can get them out of their cities.
What it has done
No.
is it's put it on the doorstep of the people who for virtue signaling said, oh, let them all come. And so they said, okay, that's what you want. We'll let them all come.
Right.
And now all those people who were saying, oh, let them all come are now
Right
changing
away.
their tune. And I love it when someone who throws poo over the fence gets poo thrown back over their fence. I love that. Makes me
Look,
feel good.
It's too
In my
little,
pockets.
too late. It's too little, too late. The damage is done. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's fair. Yeah.
Now you gotta. Michael Yon has been reporting. He is watching these CCP soldiers come across. They're coming by the thousands.
I've seen his stuff, and he's monitoring it with a drone. Even like, it's phenomenal how many CCP soldiers are coming across.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hamas, Hezbollah. Now you have Hezbollah, who have generations that have grown up in Venezuela. Okay, they look Venezuelan, they talk Venezuelan, they walk Venezuelan. Okay, you can't tell the difference. Okay, and if we've learned anything, is that any minorities, small, and I got friends that are Muslim, they're great people. But we've learned in any society that once Islam, gets a high population, they take over the government and they're in power, and they have their own courts. Okay, in London, they have their own courts, and they can do Sharia law.
That's what's happening. Is it Minnesota?
Mhm.
Is it Minnesota where Ilhan Omar gets up and talks to a group of Somalis and says, I work for you, and because of you, I mean, they
I
created
like how
a
she
whole
said,
society.
Somalia will never be attacked again as long as
America works for Somalia. That you're exactly right. They are filling cities and they're electing representatives and they're pushing out what used to be, everyday Minnesotans. They've left. And you're right. And it's happening in London, especially.
Oh, it's been happening in London. They've got the police there kowtowed.
And you got to remember, okay, so Jesus was very precise. He said, what's Caesar's is Caesar's. What's unto God is God's, right? The separation of church and state. And that is what our Constitution, our country was built upon that. Because anytime you combine religion with church, anytime you combine church and state, the result is genocide. And it doesn't matter what religion it is.
That's not in our Constitution, though. Many people think it is. The separation of church and state was an idea brought up by one of our founders.
Judeo-Christian beliefs. That is the foundation of what we built our country upon. Okay? So anytime you combine those, you have genocide. And we've seen that in history over and over. Doesn't matter what religion it is.
It's not just the combination of church and state. It's also the combination of anti-church and state. You get genocide. Hence Mao, Stalin.
Right.
It's just ideologies. But we already have a combination of church and state, and it's the progressives and the Democrats.
And the religion.
Progressivism is a religion, and the Democrats are the state. Anyways, Mallory, we got to cut you loose. Move on to more subjects.
All right.
Thank you for calling in.
Thank you. And you scared the hell out of everyone.
And one day you're going to have to tell me about the snake on the stick. I don't know that story.
The Moses with his staff.
I told you, I'm done. I'm done being nice. I'm done planting seeds. I'm swinging the sword of truth indiscriminately for anyone who has eyes to see and ears to hear. Make ready.
Yeah.
Always question with boldness, people, because she's right. We cannot believe everything we hear, and we can only believe half of what we see in this day and age. We have to know our truth and not be afraid to say it. And that's how we get an effective change. But like Fred said, we also have to be better people. And we have to live our lives by example. We've got to keep our faith if we have it. And even if your faith is just in yourself, you've got to keep your faith and find a way to be a better person, but not be a doormat either.
I have faith in lots of things.
Tingles.
What do I have faith in?
Hi, Mom. So you got in there. I saw your question mark. You probably thought, what the heck did I just get into?
It's a spicy show tonight.
Yeah, we're just talking about what could happen in the event and Jared was discussing, like, how do we survive a 2024 election?
I just wonder, is the 2024 election, is it doable? Is it possible? I mean, if Trump wins, do we come out on the other side of that and remain a whole nation? I think
we have a better chance of survival if Trump wins.
If Biden wins, do we come out the other side a whole nation? I don't know. Who do you put your trust in more to be, I guess, to show better sportsmanship? Do you trust
I don't care about sportsmanship.
The Republican, because it's the side that loses.
The Republicans we're always the good sports. I'm done with that. I'm like Mallory. I'm like, hey,
okay,
let's talk with truth. But it's not about sportsmanship. It's about who is going to make America freer. And I think it's so much more important than who the president is. It is so local.
I don't think it's the side that wins is going to be the one who starts the cacophony. The side that loses.
Right. But the side that loses fairly
I don't even care about fairly.
I think it's a whole different
I'm just saying,
ballgame. If we see what happens,
I'm just saying,
again,
whoever loses is
off.
might be a restream issue. But
It's true. But the side that you've already said, the side that we're up against isn't
no,
exactly,
I'm saying the side that
isn't
loses.
exactly okay, but the ones that we disagree with, if they lose, they're not exactly terrifying.
Sure, but they killed what, 30 people through 2 years in their riots?
Right.
They've got a bigger death toll than the right.
But there's a difference now.
Matter of fact, when the right rioted, only one person on the right got killed. No, the thing is do we come out of this with that level of distrust? Do we make it through it?
Well, we have to.
We do.
What's the alternative?
The thing that every other nation before us went
And
through.
we still have to make it through that too.
No,
because we have to survive.
Sure.
We have to survive because it's worth it. It's worth it to protect a nation like ours, like any nation. It's worth it to me to make sure that we survive.
That's just my thoughts. I don't see us making it through it. If Biden wins, I see the right saying, "Oh, it was wrong, it was lost." If Trump wins, I see the left saying that Russia hacked our whatevers. I don't see it. I don't see us making it through.
What does that look like to you? What does us not making it through
That's a
look
question.
like to you? That's what I want to know.
That's the question. I think it looks like buildup. I think maybe it looks like small layers of combat in the suburbs. I don't know. I don't know what that looks like, but I know it looks like the starting of we're already in the starting of a separation, but I know it looks like the actual culmination.
It happened long ago, boys and girls. You're blackmailing me today, okay?
Oh,
what did he say?
what
did we? It started a long time ago. It's we're right there, and I have to go because I have a JR Bird event to go attend.
Oh,
so
perfect.
I'm going to leave you guys on your own. Okay?
Tell him we said hi.
How does our Mr. Producer handle being on his own?
We'll find out.
Yeah.
But we'll have the call open, right?
Well, the calls are open, and I kind of, when we had our little glitch with Fred, I took over. But here's what I'm going to do. Next week, I'm going to come out there because I have a guest for you, and we'll talk about it. And I'm going to work a little more with Carson, okay? Because I think he's got it. I think he's got it, but he's gone from our room. So
okay.
So
he's gone from your room?
From the restream room. He left.
Okay. Can you get him back? Do you want him back, or are you leaving?
I think I'm gonna head out, and I can call him and have him go back in and see if he can do it. Because the problem we had was with both people on the same line. Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
He was on the line. I was on the line. We were getting echo. So.
Okay. Yeah. Give him a call if he wants to come back on. If not,
I'm going to call him and see if he can come back in, and you'll see
do a callerless. Humana. Anyways, no.
Thank you, Dwayne.
I don't know what it looks.
Hey, Dwayne, text me who that guest is. I want to be.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm going to talk to you guys. I got a good guest for you next week. Okay. So.
Thank you, friend.
I can't predict the on the ground step by step what's going to happen. But what I can see is that neither side is going to trust the outcome unless they sweep.
Right, but on that same argument, I would have said Trump swept last time.
Sure, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether he did or didn't. But neither side is going to trust it.
No.
And one side is going to act up. And right now, the Democrats are in charge, so they're hoping And it's always a party in charge that uses the military. And when I say in charge, I mean in charge of all of the institutions. And right now it's the left are in charge of all the institutions that freely use the military. In the 60s, it was the conservatives, or I shouldn't say the conservatives, I think the birth of the neoliberal party that was in charge of everything. They were the ones that sent the military to the colleges and caused Kent State. They're the ones that put down all the uprisings. They're the ones that spied on everyone that was anti-war. Right now, it's the left is in charge of all that. And the left are dying. Look what they did after January 6th. They put up concertina wire around all of DC and put crew-served weapons in our nation's capital.
Civil liberties, put them under the jail, and got them with these sentences that are insane. Oh, by the way, not one of them was charged with insurrection.
Sure. Yeah, but you're missing the point. I don't know what's going to happen, but neither side is going to trust the outcome.
Well, no, I'm not missing that at all.
We have. So I don't see an avenue to come out of 2024 with national peace.
I think we start as red states to join together and declare that we are still the United States of America and she is still worth fighting for, and blue states are welcome to come along. And those that are no longer fans or who do want to allow lawlessness with illegal immigration, with gun rights, where you're taking people's rights. I mean, I think it's going to come to a head where you do have to pick sides, like Fred said. You are going to have to pick sides, but you're also going to, you still have enough people in this country prepared to defend her. And I think that is more on the right that is ready for that. But no way do we know. And trust is gone. That's evident. It has been. Since 2020, it's been gone.
Hi, guys. Carson wants a little more practice. I'll be out there next week. And,
okay.
And he's daunted.
That's good. We'll see you next week.
All right.
We got to build him into it. Carson is our intrepid young intern.
He's an intern, and he I think he'll do it. I think it'll work.
Excellent. We sure appreciate you. Thank you,
guys.
Yeah.
I'm going to go see J.R. Bird.
All right. Have a good one. Tell him hi for us.
I will. Bye.
Bye.
Mallory says, if I were those terrorist cells, I would attack the mostly unarmed military bases and LE departments. Maybe. I don't know. If I was those terrorist cells, I would attack both caucuses. I would do it in every state, just small things. I would do it because right now
caucuses, you mean like caucus night?
Right now, if you're a terrorist, you don't want to unify. You wouldn't want to unify the parties by making a terrorist act, because if you're a terrorist, finally the Republicans and Democrats get along, and that's the worst circumstance.
There were no Republicans or Democrats on 9/12/2001. Everybody united for that day.
Bingo. If you're a terrorist, you attack the parties separate. You don't poke at the nation. You poke at the parties, because what you do is you put on a red.
Stop telling him what to do.
Make America Great Again hat.
No, stop it.
And you go to a Democrat parade and you do something crappy there. You don't even have to commit violence. You just have to say something crappy.
People
on both sides.
Or on January 6th, you just described what I believe is probably FBI's or Antifa or someone putting on a hat.
You don't have to repeat yourself.
And going on inside. See, this is where we get
FBI or Antifa, like they're different.
To what he said is making a great big bluster.
Terrorists want to shock the conscience with a body count. I don't think they want to do that. Terrorists found out that didn't pan out. Terrorists here, right now, there is not any 5 nations on earth that could take us all at once. They could all attack all at once. We wipe the floor with them. China could invade any shore and they wouldn't make it 10 miles inland before we smoked them off. One, they couldn't
Yeah,
get
but
here.
again, you're counting on our military
But-
and us to be united.
But our military is still our military. But what they could do is they could cause the siblings to fight each other. And once that happens,
No, they just have to. They
Party's
just have
over.
to disrupt our system.
no.
They have to just cut off all of the drugs that come to the United States from China. Seriously, people
That
would
is-
die.
That
People
is
would die.
that is a good point. Yeah.
Or kill our power grid.
Or-
I mean, they don't even have to put one foot on our shores, even though they've got hundreds of military-age men already coming across
Though
the
I'm
border.
still convinced China's not going to make it another 10 years. I don't think they are. I don't think they stand a chance.
Oh, I think they're getting help and across the country, across the world. I'm not saying they're getting great help, but they're also trying to turn the rest of the world against America. And
I think Russia invaded Ukraine because Russia's dying. I think China's eyeballing Taiwan because China's dying. And I think that we're going through a big societal shift. Maybe it's like the, I don't know, fourth industrial revolution, which is why all the rich people are trying to plot and plan that for themselves, because those industrial revolutions just happen. Inventions happen, they happen. The wealthy always try to get out ahead of it so that they profit.
can you
from
tell
it.
me why our food production companies just happen to be burning to the ground?
I know that's another good question.
I
don't
mean,
know.
is that terrorism?
I don't
Is
know.
that
Could be.
government
Could be.
disrupting our food supply? Like, this is insane. And then you've got, oh, don't even get me started on the climate change crap. But the climate change stuff is literally, it could bankrupt people, nations.
Yeah.
All in the name of what? You can control the sun all of a sudden?
No, in the name of them making money.
Exactly.
What does Al Gore do if
he
Al
doesn't
Gore
have to do anything
Al
anymore
Gore
because he's
is-
already gotten
he's
his
buying a
big
house
payday.
on the beach saying that climate change is going to swallow the beach. So what is he saying? He's saying, hey, everyone, come to me and buy these little tokens from me that you can trade amongst each other to offset carbon. But the key point is buy these tokens from me. Him and the guy from Enron are doing it. You know
the
that, right?
emperor has no clothes.
Oh, the emperor. The
This-
bad thing is the average American has no eyes to see that.
Yeah.
That's the bad thing.
Well, I'm with O'Malley May. I pray that people will have the eyes to see, the ears to hear, because they're running out of time. And I hate us to be catastrophic. I mean, we're talking about this, you guys, as if I still want you to go to work tomorrow and love on your kids and all of that. But let's not take
Unless
our
tomorrow's your
freedom
Saturday,
for
just love on
granted.
you.
Let's not take the Constitution for granted, or the fact that what we're watching in real time happening to Trump. And I don't care if it was anybody else. Even if this stuff was happening to Biden, it's setting precedents in ways we've never seen, which makes us not trust even more. But it's dangerous and it's un-American. It's un-American what they're doing to Trump.
What I would like to see, here's a good suggestion. I need to start doing this myself. I think everyone should journal and make them public, so that
It's called Facebook.
so that in the when they read about the history, like in the future when they're reading about the fall of America, and there's whole college essays on it. No, there's whole degrees on the fall of America in the future, whatever comes next, just like there was in Rome. You can read these obscure little things. Like you can read, oh, these things happen, and this was the average feel of someone here and there, because that's how we get a lot of the feel. Like when people ask that question, oh, what caused the American Civil War? And you read, or if you're in the South, the War of Northern Aggression, whatever you call it. But you can read these things about what happened and why people joined. Why was there a surge in October, a surge in people joining the military. Why did this happen? And it's because you lay these things out.
Michelle Obama said she absolutely wouldn't run, and that was last
Michelle Obama
year.
could be our next president.
But again, if Democrats start calling Article 25 because of what's just been discovered, I mean, they're still backing it, and they think it's crazy. But when the prosecutor is saying that our own president isn't got the mental capacity to face a trial regarding the documents he took, he could not name the date his son Beau died, or, I mean, geez, the guy has talked about it like he died in Iraq. He didn't. He died of a brain tumor years later. He wasn't able to recall dates.
He was the AG of Rhode Island, wasn't he?
I mean, I believe so. Was it Rhode Island?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know he was the AG. But so all of this, when a prosecutor won't prosecute a president because he doesn't have the mental capacity, that's an in your face. So I'm assuming Democrats are scrambling since that came out. They might have to do Article 25. It would be them that would probably have to do it with the majority in the Senate. But then you've got, I mean, if I'm picturing the conversation with the top dog Democrats, they're going to say, look, Kamala, you're going to be president for 6 months, but you are not going to run, and you're not going to be, the next president. This just, nobody likes you.
Maybe.
We're going to call in a heavy
I don't think
hitter
they
like
do that because
Michelle Obama
you're right. They're not going to let
Kamala have it.
She's the only person that has worse approval than Biden.
I know.
I mean, and Biden has the approval of like chlamydia.
Number one right now. Do you guys know, speaking of chlamydia, that reports just came out from the CDC?
Yeah.
That chlamydia cases have risen 80%.
Stop doing dirty things with dirty people,
people. It is the most contagious and number one sexual transmitted disease. And now you know, the more you know. This public service announcement is brought to you by Stop Sleeping Around and use protection, folks.
Stop putting your privates in dirty privates or letting, anyways.
So Mally says people need to, okay, so let's go back. My mom says this is too intense for me. Mom, stop. Just hang in there. Hang in there, Mom. We're gonna talk more stuff. And Mally says, no way. And then
we're writing this down.
Okay, what you were talking about with journaling, I was also going to say, make sure you write your journal in print, because I'm hearing that our schools across the country are not teaching cursive.
Oh, you're just catching on to that now?
No, I've heard it before, but I haven't seen it in Twilla.
Cursive's been out
My
for
kids learned
a
cursive
decade.
In Twilla and County, and so did kids in public school. So it's not gone.
No, they didn't learn it in public school, not recently. Not in the last decade.
My neighbors are in public school and they learned in the 3rd grade.
Okay, good. Good for them.
But I'm saying, I ask people, how are they supposed to read the founders' documents, the journals of our founders?
We're going to have to journal in emojis on Snapchat and TikTok.
Honestly, every single time you post anything on text, on Facebook, it's published forever.
Maybe.
So,
unless
there are some people I don't really
the electric grid goes
their,
down.
I get sick of the sound of my own voice.
Sure, but that's how we piece together what really happened, because otherwise you only hear the one side of what really happened. Like, why was there a great big surge in people joining the Georgian military during the Civil War? Well, because a guy named Sherman just rode into town.
Okay.
Well, we know what Sherman did.
No, do tell. He made tanks.
Our education system's done.
No, it's just my eyes play over when you go off on these tangents.
Sherman burned the South.
Oh my gosh, the
march to the oh Jesus! All right.
next week's show will be educating you on all this knowledge that is up in his head that could come out
Fred,
at any
tell
moment.
him.
Actually, I was reading the comments. I wasn't really listening. I'm sorry. It's hard to do both. So she says journals can be subpoenaed and used against you. Well, absolutely. So? But telling a story and historians are absolutely necessary. And what's sad,
if it gets to
you don't write anything, other people will write history for you.
Here's the deal. Journals can be subpoenaed and used against you. If you're doing shady stuff.
Yeah, don't write that in the journal.
Don't be shady. 2, if you're being righteous and journals are being subpoenaed against you, it's already gone. It's too far. Just saying. I mean, but I think we need to.
What's our next topic? Let's move on.
I don't know. Let's move on.
What's going on? Okay, so our deadline's already happened in Tooele County. The seat for assessor was open. Jake Parkinson had stepped down. And so our party had put announcements out. If you haven't seen them on Facebook, or thank you, Transcript Bulletin, for helping us get the word out. We had a 1-week filing period. This seat is one that did require you have special licensing because you would be elected as a county assessor. In the interim, this person's seat would also be done as soon as a new assessor was elected in 24 this year. So you just had to be a Republican because it is the delegates that are going to give us our name and through this process, and then we will submit it to the county council. And then you had to be living in the county. You had to have been a Republican, though, for longer. You had to vote in the last a year's worth of elections as a Republican. We put that in our bylaws because we didn't want people changing parties so that they could run for a seat. And then you had to be not have a felony, but we are going to miss Jake Parkinson. He's just one of the best people. I adore him. He's done great work for the county. He is the first person on the planet that shows up when you need help. And he knows everybody. And I wish him all the luck and all the best in his next endeavor. He's going to be moving on to great things with a new company, and he's very excited. So I will get with our county clerk, and we're going to go over the filings and see how that goes. So county delegates will be getting information once we know that. That's what's happening there. We have the announcement on February 22nd, which I hope you'll come.
What's that?
We are going to, people that are not part of our central committee. So if you're not a chair or a vice chair of a precinct, but you want to get involved in caucus and learn about how to caucus. I know I've been talking about caucus all this time. Our team is doing a caucus training night for all the hosts and all the people who want to run for delegate or just want to know more about it and get signage and get prepared. We'll have it all on the 22nd. That notice should have been sent out to you if you are hosting, but if you want to host, please get in touch with me. We're going to do it at Excelsior Junior High on the night of the 27th. Get there by 7. And so that's going to be very informative. So all of you that have questions about caucus, what does it mean? How does it work? Show up. We'll teach you. In fact, I think that's when David came. You and David came to our caucus training night years ago.
I don't think I went, but I think
it was
David
at racetrack.
did.
You guys were both there. I had it at the racetrack, and then that's where David's like, "Wow, this is cool. Maybe I'll run for state delegate." So it's informative. I know a lot of people have questions, and don't be afraid to ask questions. Our system is different than other states. It's not just, hey, show up on election day and vote. We do have a whole caucus convention system that I believe is the reason why our county is so well governed, because we get people who are highly engaged. And when they get to sit down with candidates and ask them these questions, these candidates are then giving answers, but they're giving you answers. They're accountable for those answers. And people like myself or you or Dave.
Is the rest of the state under the same caucus system? Is it a statewide thing?
The entire
Or
Republicans are caucusing on the same night.
I wonder if our county's not lucky because it's got the correct land to constituent to government ratio. If they haven't found that spot that works.
Well, we have an amazing county clerk.
Yes, we do.
So I feel zero worries about elections in this county.
Yeah.
I know they're done with the utmost transparency and integrity.
Mm-hmm.
We have got an amazing county council.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, just our sheriff,
Mm-hmm.
our surveyor,
I know
our
that person.
assessor, Jerry Houghton, our auditor,
I don't know our assessor
Allison
because
McCoy.
our assessor's leaving.
our treasurer, Mike Jensen.
Hmm.
These folks are all awesome. And the thing is they get down and sit down with you and they will talk to you and discuss things with you. And then let's say something comes up after they're elected, because no elected knows what they don't know until they get in this seat. Do they understand the job fully? So sometimes they'll tell you they'll do something, but they'll get in the seat and realize that's a little more difficult, but they'll work on it. The beauty of really highly engaged people is they hold you accountable, but they also know when you've done something great or you've kept a promise. And that's why I encourage everybody that if you don't want to be a delegate and spend all that time yourself, at least go to caucus and vote for somebody to be a delegate that will do the work. And not only that, they will inform you of their experience with each candidate, and they will seek your advice and thoughts and the issues that matter to you so they can bring them up to these candidates, and they can make a very educated vote at convention. And that goes for state, that goes for, if you're going to be a state delegate, I highly recommend if you win that night, get as many people that are in attendance as information, either an email's probably best, and then journal your experience with each candidate, what issues you discussed, what their answers were, and all of that, and then email these people out. Even if they don't respond, you educate them on why you are voting the way you're voting, and then stay with them, because I love that I can run into any elected in our county and have a chat with them, and they know me, but they probably know Fred. They probably know David from meeting them at conventions or, meet the candidate nights. They get to know the engaged people, and they will have a conversation, and they are accountable to you, and they know they are. That's how you get a good local government.
I think it's still ratio. I want to mention something. Allie says we need to get vicious and demand our Republican reps that step the hell up. And I'm trying to think, is there a point in history ever when politicians saved the day?
I think that's
ever, as politicians ever saved the day. I mean, there was that one time there was the Reds and the Blues under Justinian's empire. They were politicals. They were, the two political parties. They separated on chariot races. Anyways, it'd be like soccer separation. Wow. But what he did, here's where Justinian fixed that. Is he told him, actually, I think he actually did, held a special chariot race in the Colosseum, in not the Colosseum in Rome, because Justinian was, Constantinople. Anyways, he brought them all in, and then he had his soldiers lock the doors and burnt the place to the ground. So maybe one time, but when has politicians ever fixed anything?
Look, they're all you have in the sense that your voice on a political spectrum. And I absolutely think that our senator did something great. The states' rights bill that he put forth, I think that could save the day one day, in effect. I think that Bridger's bill though it's not as huge as, I don't know,
All he'd be
states'
doing
rights,
is
but every little thing he's
all
done
he'd be
has
doing
been-
is fixing what other politicians broke.
No, they're
Because the
bringing
states'
new-
rights bill, no, the states' rights bill's there.
Okay, Tim
It's the
Jimenez.
10th Amendment.
Tim Jimenez is touching on topics that have never been brought up before because he has a specialized experience in
I
what he
hope
does.
so.
And see, so I'm not asking that's the number one rule. We don't need politicians to save the day. What we need is for them to protect the Constitution and represent you. That's what we need them to do. That's it. Save our own day. Save your own day. I don't like the government having to be
You're
put
right.
with-
You're right.
with
Not
saving the
only
day.
have they not saved the day, we need politicians not to screw it up.
Right. That's true. And we want politicians who
That's usually what they do.
I would love for every new bill that gets written, 10 have to be destroyed. Regulations.
Or every new bill that gets written, it has to be less than X amount of pages,
One
has to
page.
be read by every person. I would like to see one page, but sometimes they're a little more complicated as a person who's recently delved into reading bills. But anyways, I think they should have to, we should have like a special group of nerds, pocket protectors and glasses with tape in the middle that issues a test to every politician about to vote. And if that politician can't answer the test saying that they have read that bill, they don't get to vote.
I love it. And most votes are done before the ink's even dry on a printer, or the printer hasn't been able to print it all.
She says, we need citizens to wake up and demand they do their jobs, protect our state, protect our country, protect our God-given rights. But let's face it, it's them that has encroached on all of that. The U.S. hasn't lost a parcel, an acre of land to a foreign enemy. We have not. They tried once in the Aleutian Islands. We actually tried in 1812.
That's the problem, though.
Andrew Jackson had something to say about that. Of course, we started that war.
Our government is taking land from.
It's our politicians are our
citizens.
biggest enemy. Remember that. Our politicians are the greatest threat to your welfare, to your life, to your happiness, to everything. Our politicians are the greatest threats
Or your
to your
ally.
prosperity.
They should be. We need to wait. Okay, so Amali says we need the citizens to wake up and demand they do their jobs, protect our state, protect our country, protect our God-given rights. That's where the office of the sheriff comes in handy. You have a sheriff that believes in the Constitution, who's got a staff of public servants who, like Fred, believe that we as a nation deserve it fighting for it, and our Constitution protects us, and we need like-minded people. And you vote. Okay, no. That's just for Tooele County's caucus training night. You might have a caucus training night.
Read it out again.
February is out statewide.
Okay, Tooele's caucus training night is February 22nd at 7 p.m. at Excelsior Middle School.
Yes, and this is
And
for the
O'Malley
people in
asked
our
if that's
county that want
statewide.
to learn. Now, O'Malley, you could come out to it and learn. I just wouldn't have packets or signage or anything to give you. But this is for people who want to host a meeting and people who want to run for delegate, just to understand what the duties are and the process. We are doing a presidential poll that night. So it's important that people go to their caucus. And the state party has just, you should be seeing some advertising for it, but they're rolling out a way for you to pre-register. And they're rolling out a way for you to just understand and find your precinct and your location and make this. We're bringing caucus into the 21st century, which has been needed for a long, long time. A lot of people feel like they don't understand it, they don't participate, and we want to make this as easy as possible. So if you have any interest, please do consider going to your caucus, because caucus is March 5th. And so you're going to see stuff rolling out. We'll share it here on our page, details about how to find your location and your precinct, and that is statewide. So March 5th is caucus, the Lincoln Day dinner, where we have our candidates come and guests that are coming to meet these candidates. It is not a political speech night. Now, no one gets on the mic and does speech after speech after speech. That happens in other counties. Not this one. I want it to be a night out where you can spend an hour at a reception getting to know candidates, and the rest we like to make sure that we get a speaker that's going to educate you a little bit on what's happening, inspire you at least to what could happen, and then empower you with ways that you can actually you can do something and what it is you can do.
O'Malley's saying that the computer got hacked on the night. They had to mail her card to her. Have your card on you that's mailed to you. I don't know anything about this. I wonder, how weak is the Republican Party in Salt Lake County? Is it?
Oh, they have an extraordinary Republican Party.
I'm talking about like numbers. Do they have like 50%? I imagine Salt Lake probably has, close to 50% of the population in Salt Lake County, or right around there.
Because Salt Lake City is mostly Dems, but you go outside.
Like a good level. And I imagine even Salt Lake City still, the Republicans are still meeting 30%, somewhere around there.
So caucus night, the only thing you need at caucus night, and with the new state rollout, and pay attention to the Utah Republican Party on, just check their website from time to time. I will be posting it when it comes out, the link where you can pre-register. But essentially you will sign up and you show your ID when you get there that you're a registered voter. That's the requirement to go to caucus and to participate, is you've got to be a registered Republican. When I say participate, I mean vote. If you aren't registered, you're welcome to go, but you cannot vote. And vote for who's going to be the precinct chair, the presidential poll, the delegates. And then you just show up. That same link will, weeks beforehand, or at least a week before, you check it, then it'll tell you your location. And it'll tell you what precinct you're in, what location you're in. And if you go in and pre-register to vote, then we're going to have Rob Axon come on. He's also going to be my keynote speaker. I'm super excited for Lincoln Day. But him and his team have done a lot of work to try to make caucus very doable and easy, but also fun. I mean, the Democrats are not caucusing this year. The Democrats are doing an election, a presidential primary, basically. So they're actually running an election at their caucus.
Do you think they're doing that because incumbency?
Yeah.
Okay. I like this comment. I totally hate the two-party system. We need to elect the best person for the job, regardless of party. I agree with you 100%, but I think because our president, it's our fault. We have imbued on our president such powers that he shouldn't carry, that he wasn't meant to carry. So we have made this the Super Bowl,
which George Washington warned
big
us
guy
about this.
So of course, and party systems are awful because parties protect themselves first. Not Holly, I don't think even on your average local levels. But the party, the national party, it will protect itself first. It will enrich itself first. I don't think for a second that the Republican Party, National Republican Party, wouldn't sell this nation out for a price. And I can tell you right now,
they have to
I can tell you right now that
capitalism.
The Democrats do. And that's the problem, is the party becomes a structure that's like a shadow government, if you will, that runs the stuff, threatens. You might send a guy to DC, the party might be threatening them on the other side. So this person you sent, he might have gone there, or she might have gone there under wholly open and honest, means and had the best intentions. And then the party says, We're not letting you do that. Oh, well, I'm going to do it anyway. All right. Let's see how your funding goes later on. Let's see if our guy, the speaker, gives you any chairs in any offices.
Oh, right. Mitch McConnell has destroyed careers.
Let's look at it. I mean, so I think, yeah, the party system, but how do you do away with it? You know, should we try parliamentary and add more parties? Well, that doesn't really work. That's the other thing,
though. Like, I don't know of another party platform that I can follow along and go, yep, that's for me. The platform.
Sure. And then you've got Republicans pushing red flag laws. That's against the party platform.
That's not in our platform.
That's not, but Republicans are pushing it.
Those are Republicans that need to go. And here's the thing is I can't imagine being a Democrat looking at their platform and feeling like the Democrat Party hasn't left you behind.
Yeah.
Because, you know, parties get bigger than their britches and they ruin it. They ruin it. And so that's why I'm saying local. I think Jared and I have pushed that so often. You have far more control over your own life, how you vote locally.
Yes.
And the party platform we have here is, well, it's nationwide, but we are about families. We are about freedom and lower taxes. And we used to be the party about war, but now we're starting to flip.
We were the party about war for about 20 years. Who started all the rest of them?
I don't know. Who got us out of those wars? Because Obama didn't.
Well,
I mean,
he
kept it going.
Those are the ones that have. But I mean, World War I, Democrat. World War II, Vietnam, Democrat. Okay. Korean War, Democrat.
Melly, what are you saying about the delegates are uninformed and follow blindly?
It's not just, but it's the party system. I mean, I'm glad to see Mitt Romney's niece. What's her name? Rona. I'm glad to see her gone. She hasn't done. How many dirty looks you get at the state delegate meeting, Jared? I don't remember being there.
But see, that's just the thing. She's talking about state convention.
Oh, do I get dirty looks? That's just the
thing, though. O'Malley, you're boisterous, you're loud, you are forceful with your beliefs. Other people that have the same beliefs you do, but they don't feel the need to be loud about it. They feel like they're doing their duty just sitting in those seats, and they've done the work. Now, yes, you could taint that by putting people in that are nefarious with, an agenda that isn't okay. But I honestly believe that our delegates are the most informed. I don't believe they follow blindly. And I think that they just behave differently. I'm not loud at convention. I am a listener and I'm a watcher. I'm also a delegate. But it's so important for me to see how my delegates are voting and to see what issues matter to them and who they're choosing. I vote for my precinct, but I don't get loud about it. And I'm not blind. I'm not blind. And so I inform my precinct of what I've learned and who I like, but I also listen to my precinct because they're who I'm there to represent, not just me. It's not my values. It's my neighborhood and the people who voted for me that I represent. So it's not just my own opinion when you're voting. You have to vote for your neighbors. That's your job as a delegate, is to represent the voices that put you there. So everybody's different politically. I have neighbors and friends that are staunch Republicans, old school Republicans. I have neighbors who are Republican and then don't ever look again. They just vote the R. And then I have neighbors who are like me, conservative and tired. They're tired of the same old. They want something to change. But again, they don't want me acting a fool at convention because people stop hearing me when I'm yelling or being rude or shouting down candidates. That's when people will turn it off and they will not listen any longer. So
that is another thing, and it was said earlier by you, Mallory, people are where they sit. They will you may look at someone as unsavory for who you are, but someone else from where they sit might think they're savory, and it happens.
I'll tell you right now. You bring up Governor Cox and Mitt Romney. Both of those two had a dual path. They went through delegates, but they also got signatures, and those signatures give them an automatic place on the primary. They spend a lot of money, and most of the Republicans, I think, in this state are not as engaged as delegates are. So maybe an ad would sway them. Maybe a last name would sway them. Maybe doing a town hall. But Spencer Cox was elected. His big numbers came from the general public, who would probably say delegates are extreme, that they are not thoughtful. In a lot of cases, it's proven that even though the delegates didn't like Mitt Romney, he still won big. So same with Spencer. Once the general happened, Spencer Cox won big in the state. Money and signatures give them an automatic place on the ballot. The ones who go convention only and caucus only, those people are only trying to campaign to delegates. And if they get pushed to convention, that's how they earn their place on the ballot. But half of my county, when Mitt Romney was being booed, half of them booed. It wasn't booed. I don't believe many of our county booed. But when they wanted to censure him, I watched half of my county stayed seated when they asked for anyone who wants to censure to stand. Half of them stayed seated, which told me one thing. What is the censure going to do? Number one, nothing. And number two, why would I alienate half the people in my county because they don't agree on one candidate? You want to divide a party, you take the party's power. And right now we need our party to be as open to anybody who can see our platform.
Yeah, because the Democrats are busy fighting their own civil war over Israel.
It's true.
4-way civil war. Imagine that. Dude, that sounds like a rock band.
How do they wrap their heads around that? That free Palestine, gays for Palestine. I mean, how do Democrats go and say this about Palestine and then, oh, and by the way, we believe in religion.
We are way over 4 hours now. 6 minutes. That's way. Not way. We've gone over more. But everyone, get a hold of, well, Holly, of course, if you're in Tooele. If you're in Salt Lake, get a hold of Chris Knoll.
Or just go to the Salt Lake Republican Party.
Find your delegates. Page. Get that stuff done. I don't know. I laid my feelings out. I feel like we're in a bad way. I could be wrong. I actually hope I'm wrong. I like internet and I like food
and medicine.
And I like not getting shot at. Well, I don't take any medicine, but I like things like that.
You like, an antibiotic if you get a sliver and not want to have your hand amputated or something.
I'm not one of those that's trying to make a super, but I love toilet paper. I'm going to have to get a bidet. Remind me, that's on my checklist. But then you got to have water pressure to have the bidet. And electricity.
I'm sorry I missed Vicki.
No, you're okay.
In the show. I'm going to tune in. And if you didn't get to see that interview, it looks like I came in just at the right moment to
right as after
knock
she left.
that internet out right after. So we're going to have 2 separate shows on.
Yes.
And
I wonder if this went back to sleep. I don't know. Either.
Next week is what day? Let's see, what's today? The 9th?
Today's the 9th. So next week will be on the 17th, 16th.
Okay, so we've got the 23rd. We are welcoming Congresswoman Celeste Malloy.
Yep, Celeste Malloy.
And then there's a guest.
I think I'm gonna set up and have Celeste shoot some darts with us.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
That'd
and there's just a press release regarding the vote that she just made that I will make public on our Tooele County
Was that
Republican
the vote
page.
On the border or was there a different vote?
Yeah, the border, the money, all of that.
Okay.
So she's giving you the information from the inside. And I have to tell you guys, I don't know how you feel about
I
Celeste,
feel like
but I can make a phone call and she answers.
Here's my issue with that
explains.
whole thing.
So,
I feel like we're being held hostage by both parties there. Both parties want a little more of something. So they're like, yeah, let's hold them hostage. And they are holding us hostage. The Democrats have been able to enforce this laws forever. The Congress has been able to say, all right, you know what, Mayorkas, we're going to defund you. We're going to do something else forever. But no, they're holding us hostage. So they can milk us dry. They are milking us dry. Our government is sucking the
and they're
last,
making us weak. And
the last little bit of wealth out of this nation before it collapses, and make sure that they are set.
But the difference, they've been doing it for a long time, right? It's been happening for a long time. Dude, here's the difference.
From day one.
COVID was a slap in people's face. Some people are awake before COVID. Some of us were already awake to this. But more and more are waking up. And once more and more acknowledge what you just said and bring it to these people who want your vote. And then when they don't do what you ask, you get rid of them by getting new blood in there. That is how we take our power back.
But it's diluted. Our congressional system has it so diluted because, all right, Mallory, do you know who represents you in Congress? Do you know how they voted? How many votes got pushed through? How many votes did they vote present on? How many votes did they argue? How many did they argue in the back rooms? We have all this you have to do a Herculean size effort to be actual knowledgeable about the person who represents you. Unless
they're able to get a hold of. Unless you can reach out to them and they answer your emails. And that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing these people answer emails. I'm seeing them answer phone calls. And it's not because I'm the chair. It's because I've made such a huge effort to have them be engaged with our county.
I just said Herculean effort.
It is. It is a big effort. You're right.
And should it be that way? Should everyone who has a 40-hour work week job and they're battling through whatever issues they've got at home and all that, should they have to?
Well, if we had a proper press,
no, it's our Constitution was designed so that the federal government, you take care of this small thing, right? All right. Federal government, state government, you take care of this little bit bigger thing, right? But less people are affected, so it can be bigger. And local government, you take care of this bigger thing, but even less people are taken care of. No, instead, the state government says, oh yeah, we'll gladly let you guys have that. The city government, right. And then the federal government absorbs all this. So now a vote by AOC affects me. How in the F word did that happen? AOC's votes should never boil down to where it personally affects me.
You're right.
Because
to get it back,
this whole Constitution that, let's face it, the Republicans busted it the very first year they got in. They were born. It's been busted from the start because the only people who want to be in that level of government are sociopaths.
Absolute
and
power.
Sociopaths do what they do.
Absolutely. It corrupts absolutely. And this is it. All I'm saying is that if you want to know, most of the people in this state, in this country, can't be bothered with what their congressman's doing. And they've sat quiet and dormant for so long that they've let this government grow to be the biggest government ever and to have the most bureaucrats ever and to make these decisions because no one's held them accountable. And the Tea Party come out, it was pretty big. I think it slapped some of these electeds in the face. Some got elected on behalf of Tea Party. They were Tea Party candidates. And then we got dormant again. Now, after 2020, you cannot afford to be dormant. You have to know what's going on. And that's why you and I are even doing this show, to educate people. And if we don't get it from the horse's mouth, then we're trying to be doing what the media
I
is
do
not.
it for the tragedy and the comedy of it all.
But sitting here with a candidate who actually has a vote, like Celeste, for example, who will be on the show, we can ask her these questions. We don't have to be jerks. We actually have a lot that she's done that I'm very proud of, that our county is just very proud of. We can ask her hard questions. Our media is not doing their job. And that's another way that American people are so uneducated when it comes to how the vote's going. What does it mean? They're being fed propaganda by both sides. Both sides are lying to you. Unless you're actually watching their meetings and their votes on C-SPAN, and then you're calling your congressman to go, hey, how are you voting on this bill? Or how did you vote on this bill and why? Unless we're doing that, people will do whatever the hell they want. And that's absolute power, absolutely, is corrupts absolutely. Right?
I think
we can't be asleep anymore.
We need to say that in past tense.
Yeah, it's true.
For some reason, Mallory
Celeste
thinks
just got
that.
in, and I like to give her a chance, and I certainly appreciate her. I appreciate Celeste's availability, and I mean, she's available. Everything I've asked her, and she's explained it, and she answers calls, and she's my representative. I hope that you know who your representatives are, and I hope you at least make an effort to get in touch with their office and let them show you who they are. And if they're not great, find someone better or do it yourself and run.
But the problem with that is I shouldn't have to micromanage my representative government. Because 40 hours a week, got all this stuff going on. Okay,
I
right.
can't think of
I better
anything
chalk
that's
aside
more
15
deserving
hours a week so I can just reach
of your
out
time, because it's your life.
and deal with all that. Yeah.
Government has an effect on every single person.
There's a reason why I like the Libertarian Party. Because the Libertarian parties, their thing is, we're going to stay out of your life as much as we can.
Right, but they can't even organize properly.
I know. They couldn't find their butt.
You're not going to get any things. But
the only person who hates libertarians more than you is other libertarians. Don't worry about it.
I don't hate libertarians. I would be one if we had a party. That's where I would have been.
I know.
But I have to say, I don't understand, O'Malley, how you can say Celeste is a rhino. I absolutely
All right, we're not getting into this argument. We're already drug out.
She's only done like 4 votes.
Right, you guys, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much. Everyone have a wonderful week.
Hey, enjoy
and
your weekend.
Wonderful night.
And happy Super Bowl.
Be safe.
Who
Fred,
you got for the Super Bowl?
The refs. Fred, let you and me do breakfast sometime. The refs always win. And Mallory, maybe you and I should do breakfast sometime. But of course, you live on the other side of a mountain. You guys, everyone.
I want to do brunch.
Yeah. Oh yeah, brunch. I'm sorry. We'll
Fred.
do brunch, but no, if we're gonna do brunch, we'll have. I mean, we could go have brunch at Jim's. Jim's has good coffee, and
I love Jim's.
Coffee's good at brunch.
I also like
Virgil's.
I also like Bonneville.
Oh yeah, Bonneville's pretty good.
They have a lot of options for brunch.
Yeah, Bonneville. But we also have to take into account that I think Fred would like to eat a hearty meal and not watch you and me drink a hearty brunch. So, but we'll have to see. Anyways, Fred, reach out to me. Mallory, reach out to me. And yes, Mallory says you and I have vehicles. Yes, we do. Maybe we need to hook that up.
Yeah, but who can afford gas?
Tote goats. Anyways,
I'm actually on fumes right now as we speak.
Really? Yeah. In the Nissan? All right. Yeah. You guys be safe.
Have a good weekend, everybody. And who my Call of Duty team? I will see you shortly. Peace.
Yeah. Stay out of trouble. I'm going to stay out.